an actual transcript of the audio recording from inside of the truck, because it was really difficult, even in the courtroom, to be able to hear what Tanner was actually saying to Athena. And I think that that's going to be unbelievably powerful as it relates to, because if it is more detailed and it is more graphic and it is more just sort of disgusting, especially if you put that on the backdrop of when he was a kid, he would call out for his mom, he missed his mom, he wanted his mom, he didn't want to be with these other people, and then here is Athena begging for her mom, and he is saying disgusting, awful, things to her. I think that that's a really powerful way to sort of wrap that whole thing up. So that's really interesting. I think maybe what's happening right now potentially is that the prosecution and the defense are agreeing on what the transcript is going to say. In other words, everybody gets to create a version, and then you match the versions up, and then you decide kind of what the real version is going to be, just because people hear things differently. So I bet you that's what's going on right now, and potentially why the jury wasn't given transcripts at the time that the video was played initially.
Right.
I'm thinking that that's probably what's going on there. So that's really interesting. What did you think, Rebecca, about the friend witness?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, when he's talking about the kind of drugs that they were doing, and that he didn't do acid and mollies, which is, by the way, a combination of ecstasy and cocaine. It's a very much a party drug. There have been there were kids that OD'd on that way back in the maybe about a decade ago in Dallas. It was a really popular drug, and kids were like overdosing on those at raves. And so it was a big party drug. And so he didn't do that, he said, until Tanner Horner gave him those drugs, and he said it kind of messed up his life. Until he was able to get himself back together. But he still took his kid over there and dropped him off at Tanner Horner's house for him and girlfriend Tara of his son, which I'm assuming now he would just be mortified knowing what happened, even though he says, I can't believe what happened. If I learned that, then the person I was leaving my child with to babysit, then kidnapped and killed a 7-year-old girl, I would be horrified.
Oh, that is like an understatement. That's Bree and I were talking about that before you came on. Just the sheer terror that you would feel at knowing, and we don't know. They never said how old that child was, but clearly a child young enough to need a babysitter.
Yeah, it was just to me that's what stuck out. And he didn't hang out with him too much. But then that whole story, the wife kicking him at the store, I was just kind of scratching my head on that one. So again, like you guys were saying, big deal that he didn't lose his temper with her. She wasn't an innocent 7-year-old girl that couldn't herself.
Exactly. Are we getting a sense of where we're going this afternoon? Are we going to get experts? I mean, we've obviously gotten a couple of people that knew him. We're trying to figure out how many more people are they going to bring in that effectively feel like they're kind of testifying the same thing.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear more witnesses, and then possibly a couple more tomorrow and the next day. We are definitely going to hear from some families.
Okay. Go ahead, Bree.
No, I was going to say, I didn't hear the last thing that Rebecca said, which was we're definitely going to hear from family members.
Yeah, we think we're going to hear from the brothers still, right?
Yes, and possibly Grant.
Right. No word on Cassie?
I don't think Cassie is set to testify at all.
Yeah, because folks in the chat are very much interested in hearing Cassie testify. They'd like to have her testimony. They'd also like to have Tanner Horner testify too.
Now, yeah, I just don't think that Cassie is going to add anything to either the defense or the prosecution at this point. Well, maybe the prosecutor, but I don't think that the defense isn't calling her for a reason. Otherwise, she might have been one of the first ones we heard from, but clearly it seems like she would be a hostile witness. She and has not been found, and doesn't.
Yeah, we're kind
Cassie
of.
come see me. Cassie hasn't come see me.
Yeah, hey
So
Rebecca, we're
she
starting.
She never, I believe, visit him.
Rebecca, we're kind of getting. It's kind of getting hard to hear you. I think that we're losing the signal a little bit. We'll let you go, and then we'll catch back up with you later this afternoon.
Okay.
Thanks, Rebecca. Folks thought I was cutting you off earlier when we were talking about the scripture. In fact, I was in the middle of looking it up when what was happening was they were telling me in my ear that Rebecca was waiting on a video call. So kind of, I don't know if folks understand this. I'm sort of juggling a little bit here because I don't want to be like, stop talking. I'm trying to but I'm also trying to bring Rebecca in because she's at the courthouse and has a little bit more of a bird's eye view. But yeah, you're right. I've had a couple of people email me, and I was looking up that scripture. It's the one that says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal in your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and what is simple." Yeah, it goes on. Which is good and pleasing. Yeah. So I mean, it's like it's interesting because she's clearly someone of deep faith, and she's got involved in prison ministry, and you just wonder how disconcerting. I keep thinking about all these people that know this guy and how disconcerting it is to know that a guy that your son hung out with in school, this other guy who his son was babysat by Tanner Horner, through the girl yesterday who dated him, and just how disconcerting that would be to know that person that you knew was capable of something so heinous.
I think it's you begin to ask yourself, like, can I even trust myself when I come into contact with people? Because now I'm not sure that I have any measure of discernment as it relates to someone's character, right? Like, I think it's terrifying. If I knew someone that committed a heinous, I would really have to say to myself, were there signs? Did I ignore things?
Did you miss something? Yeah.
Why, how on earth did I, as the person that I am, know somebody that was like this? Now, I will say this, it does honestly seem like everybody that was that sort of surrounded Tanner Horner all really had very significant and real struggles, right? Like, it didn't necessarily seem like, there was like the most stable people around him. It didn't seem like the friends that he had were super stable. It didn't, I mean, even that the woman that testified, the Michelle character that testified this morning, like it sounds like maybe her life is very together now, and she ministers, in the prisons now. But I don't know that she was suggesting that back then, in 2001, that she was an incredibly stable person, or that you know what I'm saying. Like, she wasn't saying we were bringing stability to Tanner Horner. Like, I'm not sure that that's. So it does seem like everybody that was around him was struggling in some way.
In some form or fashion.
Right.
And so someone, one of the things I do like to do is like to answer folks' questions, because I think that's a valuable part of it. Someone asked, can you turn down a subpoena? Because obviously a lot of these witnesses are being subpoenaed to come testify, and that's why you see a lot
Simon does. He ain't get bothered by that shit anymore.
Because frankly, would you really want to be associated with this guy? I wouldn't.
Her screaming.
So do you want the real answer, or
This is what we got. Catch of the day. Catch of the day, guys.
Okay, well, the real answer is
Pretty good for Simon.
Right? And if you violate a court order, then there are consequences to that. Now, there's a lot of strategy around whether or not all of the remedies, when someone violates the subpoena, whether those would be exercised. But the truth is, like the letter of the law on the paper, if you disregard a subpoena, like you were properly served with subpoena and you do not show up when you're supposed to show up, one of the remedies is the court can say you were properly served, we're going to go send you a ride, courtesy of the sheriff's department of whatever county you're in, and make you come to court. Now, in a case like this, would you ever want to do that? I don't think so, right? Because if you're trying to subpoena defense witnesses, we need everybody to be as favorable as possible.
As willing as possible, yeah.
So, for example, we were talking about, it sounds like people really want to hear from the girlfriend, or the most recent girlfriend.
I know I do.
Two things. One, I don't know that she would add anything. right? I don't know that she's going to add anything that like isn't going to be covered by 50 other people. Number one, what is she? I mean, because you say to yourself, what is she going to say? Like, I didn't know that he was a sexual predator that was going to kill a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, but the YouTube jury would like to.
Okay, wouldn't we all? You know what I mean? But here's the other thing. Like, let's say they subpoenaed her. Let's say that they successfully got her served.
Right.
And so then she doesn't show up, and then they send, the sheriff's department to go and arrest her and bring her into court. Is that going to be a witness that you honestly want to question on behalf of Tanner Horner?
Right. Because we're in the defense case right now.
We're in the defense case. And so we want everybody everybody's adding something, and everybody is favorable. And favorable, again, doesn't mean, Tanya, that we agree with what happened, that we're okay with what happened, that the death of a 7-year-old innocent child.
It's effort to add perspective.
The whole picture. Punishment is the whole picture, the whole person. So, but I don't think that I don't think that person would be the girlfriend. I don't think she would be faithful.
The next question is professional counseling. I will say, I don't know all the details in this, but there is a provision in the Code of Criminal Procedure that does allow, in some cases, juries to get counseling, and I don't know exactly, how that works, but, it's, there's, I would hope that some provision would be made.
So I remember that you and I talked about this, but then I think Jen Falk discussed the fact that there is a provision in the criminal.
I think it's in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
I think it's in the Code of Criminal Procedure. Anyways, it's very, very intense, very difficult, because you're asking a juror to essentially volunteer, because they were paid something like $40 a day. I mean, in some instances, they have to pay for their own parking. I mean, and so then you're asking them to come and listen to this horrific information. It's impacting their lives. It's impacting their families. It's impacting. You know what I mean? And then, and so at the end of these really difficult experiences, there is a provision that says, okay, like if you are interested in seeking counseling services, like it usually I think comes through the district clerk or maybe the district attorney's office. I know that in some jurisdictions that I've practiced in, it's offered by the district attorney's office,
right.
Because it's something like the district attorney is or the state of Texas is bringing charges. That's why you're having to be in that courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not there because the defense wants you there. Right? Like we didn't, they charged our client. So in some jurisdictions where I've practiced, it's been offered by the district attorney's office. And it's just to say, hey, listen, if you just need somebody to talk to, you don't know where to go, here are resources.
Right.
And so that's a really powerful thing.
Okay, so a few more. Folks want to know when we're going to see Zero.
Oh, I thought I talked about maybe it's going to come up with another one. Number 1 instead of 0, -1.
Yeah. Oh
maybe,
no,
we don't know.
Crazy. Folks want to. Somebody asked, and we've done this one before. We can do it again. Why is Tanner Horner not in handcuffs?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Okay, so.
Because it makes them look guilty in
It's
court.
a little bit different right now because under normal circumstances, a criminal defendant is presumed innocent unless and until a jury of his peers finds him guilty, right? And so the presumption of innocence alone means that you can't be shackled, you're not supposed to be in prison, jail
But
uniforms,
now
all
they
of that.
guilty.
It gives off the perception that you did do something.
Why is he in regular
potentially be
clothes?
guilty without any evidence.
Interesting.
So certainly during guilt innocence, never handcuffed. Now, do I believe wholeheartedly that Tanner Horner is shackled around his ankles and he has on probably a stun belt, which is sort of a belt that they put around.
I haven't seen any evidence of that though.
Well, you may not be. I mean, you certainly see him shuffling, so I definitely think his feet are shackled.
But you're right. I've never seen his feet.
Yeah, he's shuffling when he walks. He's not like walking like a normal stride. But there's also no way.
I don't know about that, lady.
Absolutely no way that he is not shackled at his ankles at a minimum.
Well, Rebecca would probably know.
She would know. I think that probably a stun belt because it's unusual in my mind to have a high-profile criminal defendant charged with or facing the death penalty and not have some additional measure of
Everybody on this
safety
fucking
in
news
that
station
courtroom.
knows everything.
Mostly because it's so
Amazing.
small. Everybody's in such close quarters. If he were to, feel froggy and try to jump, They need
Which
to be able.
which has
That
happened.
has happened. You have to be able to quickly subdue someone, and that's what the stun belt does. So,
Right.
Whatever, lady.
I would guess yes, but 100%. I mean, to me, when I watch him walk into
Stun
that
belt.
courtroom, he's
Just have you ever
stuck.
heard of
So,
the stun
but I
belt
also
being
know
used
that
on
there's
people?
almost never in the state of Texas is a criminal defendant not restrained in some way, as long as the jury can't see it. So like under the table, his feet. Oftentimes, like bailiffs and his attorneys will tell him, "Don't move, don't shuffle a whole lot," because like the chains the jury might be able to hear it. And I think another really interesting point about that is, it is sort of if a jury can.
I don't know if she actually knows what she's talking about, dude. Like, what's he gonna do in there? He's surrounded by people. He does anything, he's gonna
error to appeal.
Take it down.
Right, you can't do anything that would, I mean,
Right,
and that becomes an issue.
we don't want that.
Somebody's asking about Rebecca. She is here.
God, I
Let's
can't
go back
stand
a
this
little
news
bit.
station. It's the only one covering it, though.
But we were losing the video connection, so we had to let her go. Somebody's asking our thoughts on how long it'll take the jury to deliberate.
Yeah, I think that, I think our jury has made a decision. No, I mean, I think
that jury's not the jury.
that's not the jury. So, I mean, really, right? I think everybody knows that it's almost impossible to predict that. Jury deliberations take as long as they take. There is no,
I've never seen a rhyme or reason.
Well, but there's also, remember, they can't deliberate forever. Like, it can't be beyond, like if they were in deliberations maybe 4 or 5 weeks, but I think when you start going into maybe 7 or 8 or 9, I mean, I think that at some point the court is going to say, okay, well, you're not, is the issue you can't reach a decision? What's going on? So I don't know.
Hey, you suck.
I don't know how long it'll take, but this is different because these jurors are having to decide between the life or the death of Tanner Horner. This is not, oh, you're guilty and everything you did is so horrific and horrendous. Like they are, I mean, whether we know in real life that it's going to take forever for Tanner Horner to be killed if the death penalty is imposed, that's not, they're going to be instructed to not even consider that or think about that.
You're supposed to ask them why the break is so long. I have no idea.
Oh, I don't know, because I don't know why we went on break.
Well, I think it was kind of like it was near that mid-morning time that witness is going. That's the only thing I can think of.
Usually,
I know.
like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, quarters. It's still really usual.
There is quarters on court time.
And that's what I always tell people.
I know.
I got that. I can't tell you how many times these producers walk up to me and they'll say, "No, I can't trust you." People keep asking in the chat, when is this going to the jury? I mean, and even though we have some sense about how this is going to play out, it also could change. And I've been surprised, we talked about this earlier, that courts are typically wrapping up at 3, which is really unusual. I mean, most of the time, the judges will run their courts right up till 5. But
Do you think, Tanya, that this could speed up? Like, I'm starting to get that sense that we're not going till May 4th. I really am. I'm starting to get that sense.
Oh my God,
one can
her
hope.
vagina's
I
tingling.
think it's going to end this week. It's Wednesday.
But they haven't.
They'll take Tuesday. I mean, it's Tuesday. They can take time to do that.
These weirdest don't want it to
But
ever
in
end.
terms of witness live testimony, I don't know. Who else is testifying?
I have no idea. I mean, the lunch lady.
Okay. The school
we
bus
haven't
driver.
heard from the first grade teacher. We haven't heard from a high school teacher. We haven't heard from a coworker.
We haven't heard from a coworker.
I'm trying to think about what we haven't heard from. I mean, I don't know. I frankly, it's hard for me to believe that we're in the fifth day of the defense. So here we are.
But then you say to yourself, like, have the bases been covered? With who we've heard from. We've heard from somebody that says,
Yeah,
for excuses, right.
except when we haven't gotten the psychiatrist who kind of person. That kind of person.
Good Fan's kind of hard to watch.
Grandma.
Huge.
They've got grandma and brother.
But how long has brother been in prison?
God damn, it's fucking too big to watch. I didn't think about this part.
So, which means brother is going to talk about Tanner's kid camp.
Right, and I don't know how long brother's been in prison, but a brother had essentially had some burglary of the building type convictions, which would normally be low level offenses, but if you keep repeating, you end up in habitual offender territory, which is why he got 50 lengthy sentence.
Do we know? We don't know how long he's been in, but do we know how much time he was given? We may not know.
I have to look into that. Okay, so in fact, I'll give you that in a second. Okay. Somebody wants to either explain what is a jury charge. Yeah, I just rattled off. I did it. I rattled off lingo.
Yeah.
And didn't think about the fact that folks may not know what a jury charge.
Okay, so and I'm going to try to be brief.
You don't have to be.
I'm a lawyer, so I love the sound of my own voice. Okay, so, but a jury charge is the charge of the court, which lays out all of the law that a juror is going to need to know to apply to the facts that they've heard. So it is going to outline in great detail, here's everything that has happened. And in this particular case, actually, let me back up for a second. In this particular case, the very first thing that the court is going to do prior to the punishment jury charge, the death or not death jury charge, is going to give a jury charge to instruct the jury to find him guilty. Because remember, even though he pled guilty, he's not been found guilty, and he's in a jury trial. So the judge is going to, remember in the very beginning, the judge talked about, at some point, I'm going to give you an instruction to find him guilty, but he's pleading guilty right now, right? So the very first thing the jury will do is get a jury charge that instructs them to find him guilty. The next phase is the punishment jury charge, which is all of the law surrounding the death penalty. So all of the things.
Dude, I can't get everything off this fucking thing. It's weird.
Everything that they need to know, everything that they're supposed to consider, all of the things that they cannot consider unless certain circumstances have occurred, all of it is going to be written in a document signed by the judge, and it's going to have the special issues 1 and 2 outlined. It's going to give little spaces for them to be able to answer special issue 1 and if they get to special issue 2, special issue 2. And then, sort of ultimately, the verdict form is kind of predetermined based on your answers to special issue 1 and special issue 2.
So number 1 is he a future danger?
Correct. And so if everybody agrees, it's all yes, we stop there, right?
Right.
And so then, if there are people that say, no, I don't think he's a future danger, we go on to special issue 2. And then, is there anything mitigating? Have they heard anything in the defense case? And I guess even you could say in the prosecution case, could they have heard things that an individual person finds to be mitigating? Probably, right? Depends on just, you're a juror listening to the evidence in this case through your own life experience, or your own lived experiences, which is what you want in a juror. And so they're going to take all of that, and they're going to be instructed on how to answer those questions, or what they can consider in answering those questions, and then that's it. So a jury charge is the instructions that the jury is given after all of this evidence that says, here's what you can consider, here's what you cannot consider. And now answer these, based on that, answer special issue 1 and possibly special issue 2.
I am your
instructor. The brother, but I also looked him up.
Okay.
In TVC. Department of Criminal Justice.
Yes.
So, these are his, going back to 1996. Oh. 3, 5. So he had 5 convictions for burglary of a building out of Parker, 1 out of Tarrant, 1 out of Wise County, and then in 2015 he got convicted
Decent pan though.
Possession of a controlled substance, meth. Got a 4-year sentence on that, and that must have placed him in habitual offender territory, because in 2021 he got convicted for evading arrest and detention with a vehicle. Out of Parker County, got a 75-year sentence.
Well, here's the thing, though. Remember, and I don't know.
Oh man, I'm all
different
alone.
counties can charge things differently. So he definitely had the 2015 conviction for meth that he went to prison for. And then in 2021, he picked up an evading motor vehicle. In Texas, an evading motor vehicle is a 3rd-degree felony. Right.
Right. Well, these all, you can see.
He got bumped up from a 3rd-degree felony to a 2nd-degree felony, which takes you to 2 to 20. And then all the Berg buildings, I don't remember in the 90s, Berg buildings weren't always felonies, but maybe they are.
Well,
maybe they were then.
For him to go to TDCJ, they would have been.
Yes. So, yeah. So he got bumped up to 25 to life on the evading motor vehicle, which you have to, like...
You gotta work hard.
You gotta work hard, because that's, I mean, it's never okay. It's very, very dangerous, but it's not 75 years in prison.
I'm trying to think about... And you know, but he's doing this stuff in Parker County. I mean,
I know,
folks. You know, some of these counties you do not want to be doing.
You don't play.
Parker,
you don't play.
These are not. Yeah, and it looks like the vast majority of his criminal history is out of Parker County. So
that's where obviously that's where he lived. So I think that 75 years on evading motor vehicle where you started as a 3rd-degree felony. Oh, what people are
so
more.
We got Rebecca back.
Oh.
Let's take this obviously this break is going on longer than we thought. Oh, she froze again. Folks, I'm sorry. It's the vagaries of technology. If we get her back, we will take her back. No. So anyway, folks were asking me to repeat that again. So there was like, let me see here.
Oh, okay. So we
had. There was 1, 2.
You said 5.
So there's 4 burglary of the buildings. 4. A burglary of a habitation.
Stop right there. Burglary of a habitation is a 2nd-degree felony.
Okay, so that's where he's getting himself bumped up into that 1st-degree territory.
Yes. And so, because the Berg buildings are state jail felonies, if they were felonies at all.
Right, it's that burglary. So he should have stuck to buildings.
You should have stuck to buildings, because even if you can get bumped up, you're still just you're 3rd degree. I mean, they're state jails. Like you know what I mean? It's like, so that Berg had that.
Oh, now we lost her again. Good Lord. I mean, Zeke is like in my ear saying, I feel like I heard. I'm like, okay, because I mean, Rebecca is, you know, obviously she's courthouse, so she can give us a bird's eye view of what's going on, because we don't really know. This break is taking longer than anticipated, which, you know, is what we do. We tap dance while we wait for court to come back. She's back. Okay. All right. Rebecca. You're back. How you doing?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yes, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, it's taking, yes, so we're expecting to hear from at least one more civilian witness and then an expert witness, but they're going over some issues with the expert witness's testimony, so that's what's taking a little bit longer. They're dealing with some of that, and then we should get back on track. We are expecting to hear at least one more civilian witness and then an expert witness, but there's some stuff happening behind the scenes with that expert witness.
So you think really it's just 2 more witnesses today?
Yes, I believe so, but I think that expert witness is going to take a little while.
Do we know who that expert witness is and what they're going to be talking about?
I don't know at this point, but I've heard from. I obviously heard several of the witnesses during the voir dire process when they were going through some of these expert witnesses. So I know that there's at least a couple more doctors and psychiatrists, I believe, that still have to testify. So I'm expecting that it's probably going to be someone along those lines, Tanya.
Okay.
And again, now in the coming days, we know that we're going to hear from Tanner Horner's brother, who is in prison. I think that's going to be tomorrow. And then Thursday, we should be hearing possibly from Grandma, as well as
the heavy hitters,
and a couple more expert witnesses. And then Monday, we'll hear from, on the 4th, we'll hear from the final expert witness for the defense. And then 2 rebuttal witnesses for the prosecution, and then it'll go to the jury.
Well, so
no trial on Friday.
Right. So we'll have closings on Tuesday morning then of next week. That's still kind of what the plan is.
Yes, it should be going to.
So here's a question that
people keep asking. Today,
we don't, obviously, because Bree and I are not there. People want to know, is Tanner Horner, does he have leg shackles on?
No, he is not shackled.
I did not think so.
And at times, not
but
even.
The lady who she was talking about, though, huh?
He just walks right on into the courtroom. And again, he's been here for 3 years. And that's really quick.
I like that they showed her.
No problems.
The woman was wrong.
I've spoken with a couple of the people that, handle
She was
him.
so sure. She was like, there's no way he's not shackled.
Be very well behaved, at least here at the Tarrant.
I said she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about.
Which is, again, part of what the defense is going to say when it
I was
comes
smarter
to
than a lawyer.
They're going to say, look, he's been here at the Tarrant County Jail.
It's amazing.
He's not being brought in
Wow,
shackles
go
and
me.
handcuffs.
I should be a judge.
He just walks in, sits down, and they've had no problem. So does he continue to pose a future threat? That's definitely going to be something the defense is going to push.
Yeah, Bree was kind of shocked by that.
I like made an audible gasp. I'm shocked that
Whatever.
somebody that is accused in this way.
You're
in
shocked that you were wrong about
is
something,
not
bitch,
at
because you
least
think you're
shackled
always
around
right.
their ankles. That's an interesting decision that the court made.
Shut up.
Because even again, and this is so interesting.
Too
This
many
puts
women
us
on
at
this
a
show.
point, because even though he's not had problems in jail for these last 3 years, how do we see coming whether he's going to act out in the courtroom,
What do you
right?
mean,
with
lady?
all
He's
the communication,
surrounded by
all the
people with
all that other
guns.
Stuff, just like so it's really
You're
it's sort of a
weird.
parallel kind of thing,
Right, because nobody saw it coming with
Nobody-
the strand.
right? Nobody
You mean
thought he
nobody
would do
saw
that
it?
either. So it's very interesting.
They're all
I'm
staring at him now. What do you mean nobody saw it coming?
quite
You're fucking
unusual, in my
retarded.
opinion.
Okay, question for folks. People want
He's
to
got
know
a
why
guard that looks
is
like
there
he's
no
in
trial
MMA
on
standing
Friday?
next to
Let's
him all
explain.
damn day long.
Rebecca?
There's no trial on Friday.
He can stand up and stab somebody with a pen.
The defense isn't available Friday to
Maybe they don't see him as Hannibal Lecter.
testimony. And so because of this last witness, and it's going to be lengthy, it's a psychiatrist. and
They're
she's
making
the
this
one
case
that
out to be the
diagnosed
worst
him
case of the century or
with a whole
something.
bunch of
I mean, it's
different
bad,
disorders.
but
She cannot be here
I'm
until
sorry, dude.
Monday
There's
to
worse
testify.
shit out
So
there that's happened
Friday,
in the
they're
world.
gonna, I believe, work on the charge, and for people that, well, I'll let
There really is.
expert, kind of tell people what the charges.
There have been
are.
crazier
Sometimes
dudes
it
than this
takes a
dude,
while
for
to
sure.
get the charge written that's going to be then read to the jury. So if you could explain that to our viewers.
Yeah, sure. You can explain jury charge.
Yeah, I did. We talked about
Never
it.
hurts to do it again.
Okay. But I also want to address very specifically what Rebecca just said about why it can sometimes take a while. So the jury charge it's a compilation of sort of different sections of the criminal code and different instructions, and the words that are used can be very particular. We can argue in terms of the defense and the state about what we want in there, what we don't want in there, what we think applies, what we don't think applies. And so we do have a lot of discussion about that. And so when you guys are referring to they're working on the charge, quote unquote, that means that the defense is coming up with a version, the court has its version, the prosecution has its version, everybody is reading everybody's versions, and they're combining over objections or sustaining objections or whatever to come up with the final version that's actually going to be read to the jury. And so again, remember, the jury charge are the instructions that the jury is given about how they apply everything that they heard in the courtroom to Special Issue 1 and Special Issue 2.
Okay.
So that was better. That was more concise than my first rambling answer.
It's all good. We got plenty of time to ramble on live streams because obviously we're tap dancing
Really
right
wanna
now.
brush
as we
your
wake
side
up.
with this
I really thought this was
appetite
going to be a short
stimulant.
break, and obviously it has not been a short break.
It has been.
Yeah, again, Tanya, they're going through some some
28.
issues, I guess, with the next expert witness, that they have to iron all of that out before that witness takes the stand.
Oh yeah, I gave it to him on the 25th last.
And then, but we should at least hear from one more civilian witness, and they're doing that where they're bringing in a lengthy expert witness that's going to take a while, along with some of the civilians, because otherwise it just gets really tedious for this jury that is already exhausted from this trial lasting as long as it has. But we are starting to wind down, and again, so Friday, because they're going over the jury charge and that witness cannot take the stand until Monday, the final defense witness. that's why we're having to wait until Monday, and there's no court on Friday. But then you will hear from the rebuttal witnesses, and the prosecution should also then rest that portion of their case, and then on the 5th they will get the jury charge, and then obviously then they'll have closing arguments, and it will go to the jury.
So, one of the things that folks asked Terry yesterday, because it was the first time she had been on the live stream since last Thursday, was how she was doing with everything. And folks are also curious about you, because, I mean, obviously you sat in court and heard and watched something that no one should ever have to hear or see. And so just curious how things, just as you here 5 days later.
No, that was a very, very difficult thing for anyone to hear, and some of my other counterparts here in the media that were also in the courtroom with me, we've discussed it, just about how difficult that was for everyone to hear, because Tanya, again, it was probably the most horrific thing that I've ever heard in a courtroom, and I've covered a lot of trials in my nearly 40 years covering crime and justice in Texas and in Arizona. But I will tell you, it was very troubling, and I've had to really reflect a lot on that, and really just taking some time off. Yesterday was very good. I just sort of didn't even listen to any of the testimony. I just needed that little bit of a break. But I will tell you, I've even talked to some of the law enforcement people and others that have heard that, and it was, very troubling. And in fact, I've heard that the sheriff who in Wise County, one of the reasons that he did not run for re-election is because just dealing with this trial and dealing with this case and seeing and hearing what he's had to deal with as well. And I've heard that from several people. So it has impacted anyone that has been close to this case and really gotten the nitty-gritty details. And I was telling y'all before we got cut off earlier that there are things that are going to be on that jury transcript of the video inside that van that we could not hear because it was so, it just was so low. But the prosecution did enhance that, and they came up with a transcript. And I am told in that transcript it is more graphic about what Tanner Horner was asking Athena to do in that van, and it was sexual in nature. And I don't want to go into all the details, but again, it will be more detailed than what we were able to hear, and I think that is going to be very damning for the defense.
Well, and it also makes sense when you know all that why it was so important to do that DNA testimony, to get into that. Because when it was happening, I was trying to understand exactly why we were going there, and now we know.
Yeah.
Now we have clarity.
And it's really interesting because you hear and it's kind of boring and tedious, and nobody likes sitting through DNA testimony. But if they're gonna then be able to couple that with the very detailed transcript of that supports sort of the sexual aspect of this, and then they have the DNA, that closes that gap, that closes that loop completely. So I agree that's going to be, this case is horrific. I mean, everything about it is terrible.
Yeah, I've got more than, I've got 30 years, and I
don't get it. Everything about the case
this case
is
has
terrible.
reached a level that no case I've ever covered has reached.
I don't get that. Like they're obsessed with this case to a level that they think it's the case of the century or something.
It is a hard one, and
isn't that for me? It's an interesting case.
It's video evidence. I mean, just everything.
Fucked up what he did.
Internet searches, the interrogations. I have struggled to think in my mind of anything that has reached this level of evidence.
What?
Mm-mm. No, I can't think of any. The
Seaboard
only
podunk as fuck or something.
I remember that was, it was the death of Deanna Cook. Deanna Cook was a mom, and she was murdered by her ex-husband, and she had done everything that she could to get away from him, and her murder is captured on the 911 call, and you hear her dying on that 911 call, and it actually changed the way Dallas police responded to domestic violence calls. But that's probably the closest that I can think of in a courtroom that when I've actually heard an audio tape that was of someone death captured on audio tape, and the Deanna Cook tape was very troubling as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the prosecution team for the Deanna Cook murder.
I did not know.
I completely,
So,
and it's I don't say this. I do not say this to minimize, because what happened to her was awful, and her family has gone through so much. And so I don't say when I say I completely forgot, it doesn't mean that I forgot about her, right? But we prosecuted myself, Trey Stock, and another prosecutor that I can't think of now, prosecuted that case, and that was awful. You're right, because she did die on the phone with 911, and the reason that Rebecca's mentioning that it changed the way that the Dallas Police Department handled 911 calls is because she was dying. She was screaming for help. She was calling out the defendant's name. She was telling him to stop. You could hear all of everything, and the 911 call taker was kind of like, okay, can you tell me what's going on? I mean, it was,
right.
And
it was
they
cold.
and they misclassified the call, and there was,
are you fucking serious?
Able to hear what was going on, but Deanna called 911 and threw the phone, and she was just hoping that somebody would ping it and come help her.
That's interesting though. That the 911 operator was that.
I think that oxygen
disconnected.
Somebody did a special on that.
Like a
case.
robot.
We had an opportunity to really dig back into it.
Just going down the list. Okay, can you give me your symptoms?
The cases, certainly in our jurisdiction, where this kind of evidence.
Are you bleeding? How bad are you bleeding?
Okay,
is he still stabbing you? Okay, check. He's still stabbing her. Yes, officer. He is still stabbing her.
The judge isn't back on the bench yet. But if you recall,
taking her time
the
to.
Deanna Cook case, also her family ended up having to
That's interesting.
lock the door down 2 days later because she did not. No one went into that house.
Like you would think, they hear somebody screaming bloody murder, they send the police to right there, right then.
The details of that were
But they don't.
awful of how her family found it.
Depending on the city you live in, apparently.
Because remember, she was in a bathtub.
Yeah.
And there was water pouring for 2 days. There was water that was pouring out of the home. I mean, and police had gone twice for a quote unquote welfare check and didn't go in, didn't do anything. So it was horrific.
Oh, I remember, and Rebecca was, of course, at
That's
Channel
that
8
same
at the
woman
time.
we're
I was a
talking
Dallas Morning News reporter.
So
I covered it
That's
from the
crazy,
newspaper.
regardless,
And I'll never forget the first time I heard it. I mean,
I think it's easy to die there, man.
I was very upset when I heard it, because you can't.
Yeah.
There are things you just don't ever unhear.
Right.
You hear somebody dying, and you just,
Because it's so shocking to the conscience.
Right.
It's just not something that any of us experience. The two of you or the three of us have experienced this now twice. That's 2 times more than any other human being, right? We should not be witnessing, hearing, observing.
Than any other human being. They think they're so fucking special, bro. People are watching this shit on the dark web every day, and they want to watch it. Actually, it used to be on Reddit. There was a site, there was a subreddit called "Watch People Die," and all it was fucking uploads of videos of people dying in different gruesome, really fucking brutal, sometimes being murdered on there, actually. And it was for anybody, public to see it. It was thousands of people a day were going on there. So it's not like they think that like people aren't already desensitized to that shit. A lot of people are. They're not special because they've seen some brutal shit in the courtroom twice.
Like how many and who the rebuttal witnesses will be?
One of the rebuttal witnesses I heard during the hearings that they had last weekend.
They've seen less brutal shit than an Afghanistani veteran, probably.
Testified. Also evaluated Tanner Horner multiple times.
So is that like all the military personnel have seen brutal shit?
His diagnosis is that Tanner Horner does not have autism. And then he goes into detail about how Tanner Horner told him what he was trying to get Athena to do in the back of that van. And he says he is more of a sexual deviant, but that he does not have some of those.
I've seen two people dying in front of me.
Experts have said that.
One person completely dead and two people dying.
Bottom line, and even if he was diagnosed with some of the things that he was diagnosed with, it does not cause you to do what he did. So that's going to be one of the witnesses.
Bloody dead. Two.
We're also going to hear from
all three of them are bloody dead.
Expert to talk about future danger in prison and how some of these inmates act. And
this case is pretty big.
Hear from a prison expert on. Does Tanner Horner pose a future threat to the inmate
but it's not like the like
population that
by any means the most brutal case that we've had the jury to answer even in the past couple of years.
And then the other witness is going to answer the question about mitigating circumstances, and he's going to try to show the jury there are no.
It's just that there's more video evidence, I guess, of it.
Being sent to death row. So I think that those are the two experts you're going to hear from the prosecution.
Is that, you think, the right way to do it?
But we got people out there that got video evidence of them molesting their own kid for years on end.
Your case with two experts that are going to address Special Issue 1 and Special Issue 2. But I think that the first expert, rebuttal expert for the state of Texas that Rebecca mentioned, that's going to say,
I think this was just getting so much because he was a FedEx worker. Because he was like, it happened in a work truck. And
that first state rebuttal witness.
People trust FedEx workers
and he determined
not abduct their kids.
He does
he
not.
met with him several times.
Yeah, and he determined that he does not have autism spectrum disorder. And that
I think that's why
is going to be really powerful, right? Because there's so much of their and Tanya and I were talking about this early on, that if you are somebody that has this neurosis,
because like everybody knows to be afraid of the fucking white van with no windows and the creepy dude inside. People don't think that they have to be afraid of the FedEx truck driver or the UPS driver or the mailman. That does kind of make it like a.
You then have somebody to come back.
Like, how the fuck did FedEx drop the ball so bad and hire somebody like that? Is what I'm not really understanding.
That's a powerful rebuttal witness to this.
Okay. All right, folks. We lost Rebecca. So.
I remember back in the day, I tried to get a job at Best Buy, dude. It was like 2002 or 3 or some shit, dude. And so over 20 years ago, I went to, I think, 1 or 2 interviews, and they didn't call me in for the third. You had to go to 3 interviews back then just to get a job at Best Buy. And you like take this test where you answer all these fucking weird questions to see if you were psychologically fit for their company and shit. Like how did he pass those tests? Don't they have those before they put somebody on the road, trusting them with our packages? Like, people get stuff shipped that are one of ones, and if they get destroyed, that's it. So you would think they would have some pretty strict guidelines for people they're putting in charge of our packages, dude. Because if they fucking mess up a 101 and break it, what are they gonna do? They're not gonna be able to replace it, so that's gonna be on FedEx now at that point. Now they're gonna be liable for it if the person has insurance, of course. Like, why would they want to even put themselves in that position to hire idiots?
Zeke, as soon as the lights come up,
Like dude, what kind of history could he have had? Like when they looked up his resume and shit, and they're like,
maybe he is walking like a normal person. I am so shocked that he's not shackled.
how did he get a job
Like,
there?
you were really convinced of it.
Oh my
FedEx,
God.
dude.
I'm just,
FedEx used to be thought of as being kind of prestigious in that, like, think back on Castaway. The movie Castaway 2001. You remember how everything was fucking lockstep? Fucking FedEx was, in the movie, everything, like, it was the best. On time, always perfect. It was like a FedEx commercial, actually. The hub's in Memphis. I'm from, so shit went downhill though, man. They got all DEI hire happy. That's what happened, dude. They fucking got into the DEI. He was a DEI hire, bro. White people can be DEI hires too, dude. Especially when they're fucking mentally challenged. Look at Walmart. The door greeters, those are DEI hires. They have been for decades. This is what DEI hires gets you, dude. Actually, think about that, y'all. If he wouldn't have been DEI hired in this position, he wouldn't have had this big ass vehicle to do what he did, to hide on the side of the street in front of everybody and do this despicable act. DEI hire made this happen. No one else is putting two and two together with that. One-on-one, they're not connecting the dots on that. No one. I'm the first one to do it. Because he was hired in prime DEI time, I bet, too. Take 2001, 2001. That was prime time DEI right after George Floyd, dude. When did he get his job at FedEx? Because he got arrested in 2022 for that shit. Right?
All right, you may be seated.
He did it in
We are ready to
2022.
proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble, Ms. Anderson? Okay.
He was a DEI hire.
The purpose of this hearing, I'm going to refer to you as Storm. Is that okay?
Get the answer out. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Are
Yes or no?
retarded people DEI hired?
And you are a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
And you were convicted of aggravating assault with a deadly weapon and assault, family violence.
It says it right here.
and circulation.
He was definitely a DEI hire.
And you were also convicted of assault causes bodily injury and family. Now, how did you meet Tanner?
I lost everybody that was here talking about him being a DEI hire. Why is that?
Music one day and went to his house.
They must have been DEI
You
people.
just walked up and had a,
Knocked on the door with his.
There were black people and Mexican people watching me.
and
Wow.
where did you go?
Just back to the room where there's a shed where his room was, AC and stuff. And he had a drum set, amps and.
That Sam
guitars,
Gloves dude is probably watching.
Jonathan Harper back there making music.
Were you by yourself?
No, I was with a friend of mine.
And your friends from then on?
Yeah, we eventually just got to know each other, hung out a lot more.
Now tell me, was Tanner serious about his music?
He seemed very serious about music.
You ever seen him be too hard on himself?
All the time.
What did that look like?
That was a good workout.
Just not a lot of self-confidence, or always pushing himself, or not noticing that he was as good as he thought he was. Always trying to push himself, I guess.
Did he play more than one instrument?
played just about any instrument he could get his hands on.
What about drums? Was that his best?
I would think so.
Was he a pretty good drummer?
Yes.
Did he ever teach you to play any of the instruments?
To the best of his abilities, tried to teach me to play guitar.
What about singing?
He encouraged me to open up and sing more.
Was that good for you?
Was.
Was Tanner in a band when you met him?
I believe so.
Or did you join one at some time?
Yes.
What was the name of that band?
Now, the first one I'm not sure of, but Sacred Sound.
And did you ever hang out with that band or work for them or anything?
On occasion, I did a roadie for them, helped with equipment.
Thanks for 5 likes, everybody.
Shows and
I don't hear you more. I'm sorry, I didn't think you earlier.
That was an experience. It was fun. Opened for one of my favorite bands.
Do you know why he left that band?
I thought it would be just problems with the other members.
So what did you and Tanner do when you weren't playing music?
Hung out a lot, walked down to the little beach area. His neighbor had a boat he let us take out anytime. Watched a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
What?
Not American usually.
Hmm?
Like American usually people.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Watched a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
Cartoons? How old are you, man?
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
Not American usually.
Hmm?
Like American usually. Or
There's several American ones, but they're mostly Japanese or foreign. Illustration and
now that style, does that involve like big displays of emotion sometimes?
yes, sir, it does.
Hard to miss what the character's thinking.
Yes, sir.
What about video games? Do you all ever play video games?
Absolutely.
A lot or a little?
Quite a bit. Maybe more so, I believe.
You guys ever watch Perm together?
And did you or Tanner or both of you ever use drugs when you were hanging out?
I smoked marijuana. And yeah, he did as well.
Did you and Tanner ever get naked
There
together?
was a time where he had a job at Walmart, so he used K2 substitute. And I believe that was just because they drug tested.
Was K2 legal at that time?
It was.
Now, I want to ask you about Tanner, how he observed, basically. How did Tanner handle a new or difficult situation?
Not as rationally as the next person, or just not greatest at problem solving.
Did you ever know him to get flustered?
Yes.
Can you tell me, give me some examples?
Just while he's drumming, if he gets working on a new song and he knows that he missed something, I can notice that he gets flustered while he's drumming. He'll yell or he'll sort of hit himself off beat or something.
Start to punch himself in the
Were you
forehead.
working when a vehicle broke down last time? Tell me about that.
I'm not sure what the vehicle was. It was a van when they had back seats that reclined into couches and such. It broke down on the highway, and I don't know, rationally, I would have just pulled over and dealt with the problem, but it seemed to escalate in his mind much further than it needed to. And
So what ended up happening? He didn't pull over to the side of the road?
I think he stopped on the middle of the bridge
Start punching himself.
on the crossover.
Why doesn't he punch himself more often? Why does he should start punching himself now? Jerry probably feel better about the situation. Can you imagine all of a sudden he just starts going?
Now,
Do it.
Right? Was there a time when he did something irrational about that?
Did something rational?
Irrational.
Irrational?
Yeah. He got flustered.
I guess there was an incident where his grandfather had walked in, and instead of just putting it aside, he threw it clear across the room and gave it away. Like it wasn't very, like the processing wasn't there. I don't know.
What about conflict? How did Tanner handle conflict?
Conflict, I've never seen him run towards it, or he doesn't chase conflict. I've never seen him get into altercation with anybody.
Do you have any examples of when he avoided getting into an altercation with people or with you?
There's an situation where I had stolen his phone, and instead of being mad about it, he'd let it go. Conflict. Aaron, one of our friends, I'm sure Aaron was kind of a bully. I don't know, and instead of standing up to him, he would never push conflict or try to fight against him or fight back.
So, what about like social cues and social settings? Did Tanner ever struggle with those?
I believe he did.
In what way?
Not being able to read the room when, say, someone was uncomfortable with the music he was playing, or the level of the music, how loud it was, or such like that, or continue or dragging on conversations that have reached their end.
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him? Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
He did.
And what happened? Why?
There was a time in my life where I could no longer stay with my grandmother in Lakewood. So instead of me trying to figure out where to stay next, he just offered me to stay there for a short period of time against his grandmother and grandfather's better judgment.
And you talked about his grandmother was the first member of the family you met. What was she like? Or what is she like?
An angel. Very loving person.
You think really highly of her? Did you meet Tanner's grandfather?
I did.
Tell us about him.
Same way. He's a very nice, open person.
What about his mother?
Not so much. I've met her occasionally, but I did not personally know her.
So was there an issue there that you two kind of had in common?
No. As in,
With his mother, him having some issues with his mother, and maybe you being able to be someone he could confide in.
he could confide in me about that, yes.
What, did you ever have a chance to meet Tanner's father?
I believe I did once
Okay. When was that?
at a Halloween party
Uh-huh.
that his father threw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
But that was your only time being around him?
Correct.
And Tanner's brother, is that just a typical relationship or something else?
Brother?
Yes.
Yes, just typical younger brother, older brother relationship.
So the two of you hang out with him much or not?
Oh, sorry.
That's all.
Do you remember Tanner having a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Anything particular about that, or was it just normal?
It seems fairly normal.
Now, was there a time when you and Tanner kind of grew apart or weren't hanging out?
Just grew apart, lived separate lives.
And did you have a chance to reconnect with him?
There was when I was running the Jimmy John's store, he came into, I guess, to get a sandwich. He didn't know I was working there. That's when.
My fingertips are numb, dude. What's going on?
Did he get flustered that day?
No, he seemed fine. Oh, actually, I apologize. No, the mayonnaise incident. He got flustered. I guess he's watching his weight. He's trying to get healthy. So when he came in, he ordered a sandwich and he used an app to calculate his calories. And I guess he mistaken and forgot to remove the mayonnaise, and it sent his calorie count way high. And he just got really flustered. Instead of breaking it down and checking his app,
Is that something visual when you say you got flustered?
yes, visually flustered.
What does that look like?
Shaking back and forth, rocking back and forth, not sitting still, just seeming anxious.
And you recognize that from
Yes, I recognize that as Tanner. That's kind of how he was.
So that was kind of typical that he could get flustered over something as small as the calorie count.
Yes, sir.
Why are my fingertips?
Now, when Tanner was arrested on this charge, did you have a chance to send letters to him?
I did.
Did you call him, or did he call you?
He did contact me.
Did you all ever discuss this case? And was there a reason for that?
There was not. When I first learned of this case, I was under the impression of the story that he released he had hit her, and I believed the story.
Did he ever tell you that he wasn't supposed to talk about his case, or did you tell him he wasn't supposed to, or?
I've been through the court systems before. I understand that a case such as that, you should not and shouldn't be talking about it, and he did also emphasize that he won't give out any details.
Did Tanner ever show you a picture of his son?
I believe he did, yes.
How did he seem about that? Did he seem like a proud dad, or what?
Seemed like a very proud.
Now, going back to his charges a little bit, you understand he's charged with kidnapping and murder of Athena Strand.
I do.
And you know that he's entered a guilty plea.
I do.
And that this is the punishment stage of his trial.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and pass it.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, in talking of this, apparently, according to you, Mayo or lack thereof set him off.
Correct.
Mayo.
Now, when you said y'all grew apart, and I'm not gonna ask you details, do you have a family now?
Mayo set him off.
You have kids?
I do.
I'm not gonna ask you names or anything like that, but you do. Right.
Correct.
Okay. Seems like you have a pretty good assessment of his grandmother and grandfather.
I do.
Would it be right to say that they provided for him?
Yes, it would be.
would it be right to say that they helped him out even in his older years when he was, say, over 20, even 30 years old?
I would not know that.
Well, during the time that you were around him, were they helping him out
Correct.
financially,
Yes.
food,
Yes.
gave him a place to live?
Yes.
Now, kind of sounds like you guys might have partied together a little bit. Is that right?
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And y'all didn't just smoke marijuana, right?
Correct.
Y'all drank?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lou, this is the Athena Strand trial. Tanner Warner, he abducted a 7-year-old and did some fucked up shit to her in the back of the truck before then brutally murdering her. It took multiple times for it, and it's all on video apparently. Well, that's the audio is. He put something over the video, and then like there's video of him afterwards, video of him before he did it. And so the fact that there's a lot of video evidence for this case makes it intriguing, because you can see like his demeanor right afterwards and all kinds of shit.
What other substances were y'all doing together?
K2.
Okay. No acid?
No, sir.
No. Tanner doesn't, he doesn't do acid?
Not that I'm aware of.
He doesn't do other controlled substances like Molly, MDMA, ecstasy, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Cats are in there getting rambunctious.
So you know the original story of that Tanner told everybody about what he did. You know that's a lie, right?
Yes, it is.
You know that he kidnapped her now. You know that now.
He's being put guilty for it, yes.
Right. And you know that he murdered her after he kidnapped her.
Yes.
You know there's evidence of sexual assault.
Objection, Your Honor. The cause for speculation on his part is not.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know.
I was unaware.
You got kids, I mean, how does that make you feel?
Not good, sir.
He's unaware about that. Damn it. How is he unaware? You're his friend and you not paying
Now,
attention to this
just to
case?
clarify, when we talked about the Mayo and what him looking flustered looked like, was
That's
that
interesting.
him being violent, or were you seeing movements, what were you saying?
No, sir. Not violent, just irrational. Not irrational, just anxious.
Why wouldn't he know that? That's crazy. Put his blinders up, I guess.
So not the way you would expect a normal person to process that.
Yes.
That's what it's showing.
Mr. Stain,
Nothing further on.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
This whole
Okay, I'm gonna have to send you back to your jury room because I've got some legal stuff
His
to
friends are
work through.
weird. His
It's
family is
probably gonna be
weird.
till after lunch, so bear with me, okay? See you in a little bit.
The girl he impregnated her has to be weird. Where's she at? She gonna come on stand? Like, he has a kid, dude. Can you believe that? This dude snapped over some mayonnaise on his sandwich. He's got a kid, bro. That's some like that sounds like some
Yeah.
fatiguer type.
Yeah, I think he just got here to the building, so we're not.
That's what a fatiguer would do. I mean, just gonna make a fucking sandwich again. Shit. Take a couple bites of it first, though. Pop out. Yummy.
All right. Well, wait.
Yeah.
That was fast.
Yeah, I mean, and it was,
oh my God, these fucking lazy bums
I
are
have
fucking
to,
having to work again. They're like,
they don't have anything to work.
I was
I mean,
enjoying us
I
just
mean,
talking
I think
about
that
stupid
we've
shit.
seen witnesses like this, and the past couple of witnesses that we have heard from today, that, you know, it indicates that they are truly like
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
and
You're
they
the
have a
bottom of the
choice.
barrel, lady.
Right now, could that cut both ways? Like, he didn't
Okay,
have, I mean, you know, he has
smart
nobody.
ass.
Like, is that sad? Does that add to, like, how much?
Where are the
like,
men
sucked?
at
I
on
don't,
this
you know what I mean? Like, I
channel?
don't
I
know.
want to know right now.
But I really was trying to figure out exactly what this person brought
I'm just gonna
us.
say that in chat. Where are
Maybe
the
it
men
was,
at
you know,
around here?
he was a convicted felon. He's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, impeding family violence, assault family violence. He met him when they were living in Lake Worth.
Right.
He said that he heard his music one day, liked it, and just walked straight up to his door and knocked on the door. His grandmother said, "Go right in," or go around to the back, or
Right.
whatever. He talked about, you know, the fact that he had, you know, he observed personally that
Right.
Tanner struggled with like social interactions and reading the room and, you know, all of that
Oh, I
kind
didn't
of
get the
thing,
end for
which
that.
I think is
That's
maybe,
cool.
But
you know,
again, that doesn't lead you to be a murderer.
well, I mean, you're right.
Sometimes I don't read the room real well. I mean, I'm not gonna go out and
Murder.
do something horrific.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
But you're so right. And
I sit here and every day, I'm in week 4, and I'm just going, you know.
Nothing is getting you there. Nothing is getting you there. I mean, and you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying that it's, you know, you know, maybe like most people
I
are
feel like I'm a
waiting,
common person on this one.
waiting to hear something that you say to
anything.
yourself, okay.
You know, and part of the reason I had Terry, and I told this on the live stream, part of the reason I had Terry on so much was because of Terry's background.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Terry has represented.
Well, Terry's a
people who are
man
truly
too.
psychotic.
Let's have more men on the
I mean, that's
show.
her specialty.
Right.
Oh,
And
it's
so that's
her.
part of
Never
my
mind.
thought
It's all
process,
women on the
having her
show.
on for day one.
This is
and
like The
having
View,
her
but from
before
courts.
Exactly. This is somebody who specializes in this, right?
Absolutely.
You have to be a special guest
I mean,
to
and
be a
the
guy
thing
on this
is, like,
show.
I certainly, like Terry, like many other attorneys have represented people that have committed horrendous crimes, but for example, they were insane at the time, so they did something terrible. Maybe it's even caught on video. Maybe there's a ton of evidence, but their behavior through that process supports that they were completely out of their minds, right? And so you should, like, that would be a thing. You're right. And you would say, oh, he didn't light up a cigarette and listen to Jingle Bell Rock after he killed a 7-year-old child, right? Like, it's just not. And so I think everybody is hoping to just hear something.
I mean, if anything, that plays into their idea that he's fucking crazy. Listening to Jingle Bell Rock after doing that shit.
Horrific case. So the
Actually,
the guy
yeah, you're right. Who the fuck
initially
does that?
He was a football player.
It's a little retarded.
Okay. Was it a sexual assault case?
No, he ends up he initially, remember, he like goes amiss or something, and then he's got some psychological issues.
Is it a guy? Was he?
But then remember I don't think it was TCU. But remember, he ends up attacking and killing the jogger.
Yes.
Hold on.
But he had also committed, or allegedly, let me say it, allegedly, because I don't recall the outcome of this.
Boy
from
Rounding Park.
Island, like days, weeks, months before, and assaulted.
You just jogging, huh?
There.
Yes.
And then he
You
comes
know,
back
you jog a little
here.
fast, boy.
He's a former Texas A&M.
You jog fast enough. I'll be back there in the
football
construction
star.
shed.
He killed a White Rock Lake jogger.
Yes.
And somebody I knew actually represented him.
What type of jogger?
Was,
yes. Was a judge now.
Was in private practice. He's a judge now and represented him, and he was like a sideline high school standout.
Yes.
And at one point he had some issues. He had a mental break. I mean, he truly had psychiatric problems, right? And so you could, and then he commits this horrific crime, and kills this woman on White Rock.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Jogging.
Yeah, he's diagnosed.
All crimes are horrific.
I'm reading from my own story. I'm reading my own story. Family and friends previously told me that Johnson, a diagnosed schizophrenic, wasn't in his right mind when he killed jogger Dave Stevens Johnson. Okay, so I was thinking.
I thought it was a woman.
I thought it was a woman too. Hold on.
Well, to be fair, that could be.
But I think he. Sorry guys, I'm looking at my own story. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was a woman. It wasn't a woman.
Oh, I thought it was a woman too. I remember. Then maybe
Hold on,
they were
I'm
Oh my
trying to-
God, y'all are retarded.
But
You're so sure you
this
know
guy
shit
was
and you
truly
don't
psychotic,
so many
right?
times
I
in the
can-
same
I
news
can
podcast.
understand
You're
that.
not trustworthy.
But I'm not seeing.
You
I'm not
act like you
hearing
know what you're
anything
talking
like
about too
that.
much when you don't,
It's really
motherfucker.
interesting. So obviously,
Yes, I'm doing that.
like in that particular case, diagnosed schizophrenic, all of us have in our minds kind of what somebody.
It was
who
her
suffers
news
from
story. She still
schizophrenia
didn't fucking remember it.
Like does think, whether we're right or wrong, we all kind of have a
Bad
picture.
look.
And I think
Wait a minute.
that the difference is with autism spectrum disorder,
Yeah,
because
DEI
it's
higher week
spectrum,
or something
you
going
have
on around
such
here.
high functioning people, right? And then, but you know, all the way to the other end of people that may be nonverbal and things like that. And so, you know, you don't have just like that clear picture where you say, okay, like I can understand why this may be mitigated when you have a diagnosed schizophrenic, because we all have an idea of what that looks like. But when we're talking about a spectrum of people, some of whom appear to be just like us.
Dude, my
They,
fingers are
you know,
fucking
have,
numb,
you know,
dude. What is
so
going
they
on?
have
It's
young jobs,
not
they have
going away.
partners, They have children, they have wives, they have all of the
They have
things.
prickly
that
feelings on the
people-
tips of
Some
them.
people that suffer from schizophrenia also have all of that.
I might be
Um,
having a stroke
It's
on.
harder to offer that as some point of mitigation, right? It's harder to accept that as some
Right,
point
and
of
we're not
mitigation.
dealing with a diagnosed schizophrenic here. Thomas
We're
Johnson
not.
had a legitimate
Diagnosis.
And for some reason in my memory, the jogger was a female.
Mine
It
too,
wasn't. It was a male, and so happens. This is why we can't trust memory.
Mhm.
So I had to look back at my own story, but it was a terrible case, and so I had, you know, tremendous sympathy for the family of the jogger,
Absolutely.
and also tremendous sympathy for Thomas Johnson. And I remember I interviewed.
Did you feel like the system failed him?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
okay.
I'm going back in my memory banks here, and I remember I interviewed one of his parents. Oh, I did. I see, I'm looking at my own stories. His father, Robert Johnson, has previously told me that his behavior became increasingly erratic and killing. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2014 and refused to take his medications. That often happens with schizophrenics. And here was the terrible part. The jogger's wife later killed herself. She killed herself about 2 weeks after the murder. This was a terrible case.
Why don't-
I mean, when I think about terrible cases, it was just
Why don't they want to take their
horrible
medicine? Do they like
And
talking
so,
to the
you know,
voices and seeing
Here's
shit or
my
what?
point
That's
in that is
weird.
when I think about
Like, I get why people that are
cases where
hyperactive don't want to take their
mitigating, and
medication
Thomas
because
Johnson
the medications often make them feel slower, or
I have to go back ultimately and see what he
people
got.
that are on SSRIs don't want to because they dumb them down and make them feel slower.
Blanking on exactly.
Is that what it, I guess that's the same shit that happens with those medications too, probably. But it gets rid of the voices in their heads, so isn't it worth it?
Again, so bear in mind when I'm saying that stuff, those are the kind of things I'm thinking.
Right. That's the backdrop of your experience. And I mean, again, I find it interesting that now I wonder if things would have been different or you would have felt different had there been video of him killing that person.
That's true.
And whether or not he was facing the death penalty, and therefore you learn things like he had a job. I mean, even though he was acting erratically, he had a job and he had kids. Like, I don't know if that would have changed your level of sympathy.
This is outdoor cat.
So, what do you imagine? Okay, machete.
All right, let's bring Rebecca Lopez back in. Rebecca, talk to us about what's going on right now.
Well, Tanya, very interesting. The judge cleared the courtroom and turned off the camera in the overflow room, which means we can't see, and is having some sort of sealed hearing where no one is allowed inside the courtroom. It is an expert witness. I saw her in the hallway. It is a woman. I don't know who she is. And I guess the judge will let us know.
Extra top secret.
If this witness is going to be able to testify, and I'm not sure. I've never quite seen this happen.
Oh, she's never seen it.
Our expert can weigh in on why the judge would clear the courtroom and hold the closed.
This judge is a weirdo, dude.
An expert witness.
Why does everybody blurt out? I want to see what the fuck they're looking like when they're talking. I don't get why they blurred out all the civilians.
So you can have
really
a closed
don't.
hearing under certain circumstances based on, it usually has to do with like child witness, like child victims,
wanna see
child
what his
sexual
mom's like.
assault, child porn. It usually has to do with children, you know, when you can completely shut a courtroom down. So it's really interesting that the court would do that. I don't know if there's been some issue in the past where people are listening to those hearings and they're not supposed to be listening to those hearings because he doesn't want to take a chance. But it's very interesting
Now
that
I
the
need
judge cleared the courtroom.
Saturday
Right, so
medicine.
Rebecca can't even be in there.
And all you saw was the person that you recognized as the witness. Have you seen that person testify during the defense expert 3-day voir dire hearings? No.
I don't recall seeing her, but you know, it was 8/11.
Dude, she would know who she was if she'd seen her before, was she? Sure.
To testify, so I don't know who this witness is. I don't believe it's one of the ones that were really doing the process. And it's to be determined. He told the jury that he would probably see them after lunch. That this was going to take a while. His hearing. Which I guess he will let us know. But this judge has been very open and has been, you know, allowing us to communicate with him. Everybody else is, you know, closed off. But he's, as far as a gag order, no one else is allowed to talk. But the judge has just given us basic information like how many witnesses are going to testify, that sort of thing, just so that we know the order of court. But doesn't give us any details about any of the witnesses, obviously. So we don't know who this person is. All I know is it's a female and it's some sort of expert. And he felt it was sensitive enough that he cleared the courtroom of family reporters, everyone except for the attorneys, and turned off the camera to the overflow room so we cannot hear what is happening. So I'm assuming it has to do with something sensitive, some sort of like our expert was saying, some sort of dealing with child,
Right.
I don't know, sexual assault or something. I don't know. It's very interesting, but it's a legal matter.
Well, and Rebecca, Jason has a question, and I thought you answered it. You said they cleared the family out of the courtroom too. Everybody.
Yes, the family is not there in the hallway as well. It is
Wow.
a sealed hearing, I believe.
That I mean, it's really unusual unless it is something highly sensitive, you know, that involves some sort of sexual allegation regarding a child. If it's an expert witness, I'm thinking, I would wonder, sort of, you know, I don't know, and maybe it has to do with there's some portion of her testimony that maybe the defense really wants to go into that has to do with allegations of sexual abuse of a child. And maybe the court is making a determination as to whether or not that portion of her testimony is relevant, you know, to where we are now, and sort of hearing it all the way out to make a decision about the relevance of that, and then ultimately she'll decide whether that portion she can testify to. It doesn't necessarily mean her entire testimony, but then the part that's difficult about that is that Rebecca doesn't remember her being one of the expert witnesses that testified during the defense's voir dire of their experts over those couple of days before the opening of their case, which I would think that person would be a part of. So this is very interesting. So in this trial, we've had a couple of really like unexpected things that have happened.
Yeah,
I kind of feel like this is
Go ahead, Rebecca.
yeah, I kind of feel like this is a witness that came out of nowhere. I don't know about out of nowhere, but I don't think this is a witness that they anticipated initially. I'm not sure, but you know, she wasn't part of the initial process, and the judge holding this hearing, which there have been multiple hearings leading up to this on the expert witnesses even before the trial started.
Come on.
So I don't know if this is a witness now that the defense feels compelled to bring forward that is someone that, and the judge again told the jury it has to do with some sort of legal matters. And so I don't know if the prosecution then is protesting this witness being introduced and what this particular witness is going to do.
My fingertips have been numb now for like 30 minutes. Ah! Sweet pea, what are you doing? It's time to eat, baby, not run around. Come on. No. Zoe's hungry. Let me open it up. I gotta open it for you. Hold up. Sorry, I can't do it if I can't open it. Come on, you gotta get out of the way. You gotta get out of the way. Watch out. There you go. You like that? Oh, good job. Good job. Oh, sweet boy. Sweet boy. Okay. If you can tell, my fingers are numb. Too much something like salt. Oh, sweet pea. Okay. You're such a badass, baby. Hey. Come here. Oh my gosh, sweet. Why are you so crazy? No, let go of that. Why do you act like we don't do the same thing every day? It's gonna come here. Why don't you know it's gonna come here like Sawyer? Sawyer goes up there and gets ready for it. You'd be the equivalent of her just sitting right here waiting. No, she goes crazy. Oh, sad camera. My stomach hurts today. We got both of these little guys out here today, Shiloh and Trident, and that's why Simon has his nose glued to the front door right now. He's sniffing Shiloh being out there. Yeah, I was trying to like shake them out like they were asleep or something from me leaning over at the desk or the laptop, but that didn't work. you did. What kind of damage you do on it? Okay, that's better than you did with the turkey mixture I was given. He does seem to like the chicken one just a little bit more. But that's still not enough, buddy, to come out the cage. We're gonna have to keep you in there. We're gonna have to keep you in there, man. Unless you eat more, you gotta eat more, buddy. Hey, we gotta get you fat dog. Wondering if I'll let him out. No, yeah, actually, no, come on. Yeah, you're right. I need to do your box. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yep. Go on, get out. Yeah. Anyway, I'll just let him back in a little later and let him finish it. But I keep forgetting to do this box because. So if you get the fuck back, come on. You get back too, bro. Guess you're coming back up there to eat. What are you doing? Bro, Sawyer. Get out of the way, bro. Oh, I forgot about needing to do this. I'm gonna do that box too, but how did I forget? I was 2 little boxes short today. I saw it. Look, please. Please go away. Sorry, go with that. No, go that way. Dude, I need you to go that way. Sawyer, go away. Fucking dude. Stop it. Come in here. He's trying to come in here and lay down on the other side of the box. He likes to be over there for some reason while I'm doing it. But then he's rolling around in litter and shit. He definitely prefers pooping over here. What are you doing? Are you attacking the camera? That's interesting. He definitely prefers pooping over there because there's only 2 pee clumps and the rest is poop. Get back in there and clean all that up later. There's litter. Yeah. Got something to do now. We didn't do this one, did we? Vacuum in here. Damn it. New map came out on Park Raiders today. New map, hype. problem. There wasn't even a hidden trials, man, dude. I feel like trials have to be done maybe. Well, now, no, it's still gonna be. You gotta be done with friends. Everybody has to be mic'd up. With the trial mission at the front of the mission. God dang, there's a lot of shit in here. Did I forget to do this yesterday? Dude, that's a ton of weight. My gosh. Oh, this cat's be peeing. Dawn, come on. You know I want you to move. So, please move. You okay? Oh yeah, there's a litter all over the carpet. You can barely see it in there, but it's just everywhere. It's everywhere, man. Look. All over the carpet. Sweet pea, sweet. He's bad enough with that shit. He used to be more civilized. Okay, dude, this catch of the day is a catch of the day. All right. Damn, that's heavy. So, I should work out with that. You know, I mean, I could do curls with it. It's a free workout. It wasn't free. I had to pay for cat food. The water, that's where the real weight comes from.
Testified. We do know that we've never heard from the person that actually diagnosed Tanner Horner with on the autism spectrum disorder, but I don't know that would call for us here. I doubt that, honestly. So it's a little very interesting development here.
You know, while we're speculating, I mean, while
we're just spitballing.
You know, we had the guy earlier, Jay, and remember he was asked if about Tanner Horner being sexually assaulted. I just remembered that in my mind that, you know, he didn't seem to know much about that. But part of me wonders, is there something coming about Horner experiencing some sexual abuse of a child or something?
And maybe, but again, I would say with, you know, sort of agree with Rebecca that it would be unusual for that person to require a closed hearing if that's what they were going to testify about, that they did some investigation, they interviewed him, they determined that he was the victim of sexual abuse as a child at the hands of X person. I don't know that requires a closed hearing, like where everybody has to be cleared out of the courtroom. Like, I can appreciate that it would be a hearing outside the presence of the jury, but this feels different. And this, you know, again, you see that usually when it has to do with children, maybe sexual abuse allegations, pictures. You know what I mean?
Hey, Luke, how you doing?
You're about Tanner, you know, Tanner Horner.
No, because I'm racking my brain trying to remember the last time we had a sealed hearing, and it's been a while. I mean, they're not. It's not that they never happen, but just off the top of my head, it's very unusual.
It is.
So, of course, it's also unusual for a defendant to plead guilty from the very outset of his trial. There's been a lot of unusual things that I was not expecting in this trial.
Yeah. I don't know. That's very odd. Even the family, asking the family to step out, that seems just very odd.
Because they're normally allowed into everything, right, Rebecca?
Rebecca, are you
Yeah,
asleep?
they've been in everything. And Tanya, I'm trying to, I was thinking back as well. I just don't recall a hearing where that was not open, because there's very few circumstances in the state of Texas where you can close a courtroom, and it always has to deal with some sort of child sex abuse. I believe we're dealing, with something with a minor, because typically you are not allowed, the judges are not allowed legally to close a courtroom to observers, unless it is having to deal with a very sensitive matter like child sex abuse, and then you can see the courtroom. But there's very few circumstances in Texas where you can close a courtroom to a hearing.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure the judge, knowing Judge Gallagher, you and I know him, and we, have dealt with him on prior cases. Knowing him, he has a good reason why he would allow it, and he is, he's friendly to obviously having cameras, so there is a good reason, we just don't know what it is.
Right.
It'd be nice to know.
It would be nice to know.
Absolutely.
Um,
Yeah, he has been very lucky. He's very open to the media, Tanya. He's open to allowing cameras and being very transparent, because he feels that it's important for people to hear what is happening in this case. So, yes, the judge must have obviously a very good reason that he wanted to hold this hearing outside the presence of the jury and any observers in the courtroom.
Rebecca, what'd you think about that last witness? The friend.
I thought that they were stretching, honestly. It felt like they were trying to get somebody to say something good about him, because I was like, what is the point of this witness who, again, smoked dope with him and listened to music? And it was bizarre because he just shows up at Tanner Horner's house and knocks on his grandma's door. It's kind of stalkery sounding, honestly, and then just goes in and becomes friends with him, and they start jamming and listening to music. It was bizarre, because I really didn't see the point. And then when he's talking about that he flipped out over mayonnaise, okay, well, if you were trying to prove that this person is going to be not a future threat or a future danger in prison, if you put him in general population and he's flipping out over mayonnaise, not that long ago.
That's not a danger to anybody but himself, though.
Flip out about in prison is what I would, if I was the prosecution, that's what I would be thinking.
This dude would get bent over backwards and folded 3 times over, because like he could fight a 7-year-old fucking girl. He ain't gonna be fucking fighting. You know what I'm saying? He picks his battles. Is what I'm saying. He ain't gonna be fucking fighting anybody over no motherfucking mayonnaise in prison, lady. Y'all are stupid. Because he ain't gonna want. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see him talking shit to anybody that could beat his ass ever, did you? That didn't happen because he knew better.
Split mayonnaise. What kind of person gets all flustered like that and angry over something like that, and in a general population,
whoever he was yelling at wasn't going to do shit about it. That's why.
Girl and tried to sexually assault her.
That ain't going to be the case.
That is very difficult for those types of people in prison. So why you want to me, it's counter to what the defense is trying to do and keep him off death row and in the general population.
Well, and so I'm so glad that you brought that up.
Does he really want to be in
Tommy and I both couldn't figure out what was being said.
We thought they said mayo, and we're like, mayo?
What? So he just gave a story about how he
Like,
got
does
mad about
he really
mayonnaise?
want to be in Gin Pop where they're definitely going to be able to kill him?
Yeah, because we kept talking to each other going, did we just hear
Yeah.
that right? And then that it was very hard. We struggled with that one. It didn't. A lot of the witnesses that we've seen over the last 4.5 days or so of the defense's case have not felt helpful.
The Mayo
I haven't
story
yet to
makes
hear
him
one
look
witness where I
retarded,
go,
though. It makes him look retarded, and they're trying to make him look as retarded as possible. You know what I mean? It plays into there. This motherfucker can't control his emotions even when it's as simple as mayonnaise on a sandwich. So, should we really murder him? He's fucked in the head. That's what they're going to try to go at, the closing of it.
oh, I can see, you know? There's no, yeah.
I
And
mean,
some of the witnesses actually seem they held up no
Even his
prosecution.
mom.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even his mother who says, I didn't, I was
Maybe
afraid
he
that was
wants to
gonna
be
hurt
on
his
death
own
row.
son.
Though,
I believe it was,
also,
the
maybe
mom
he knows it. If he's
testified,
not, then
about that's why, yes,
Could
we
he
get
ask
this.
to
So
be
it
on death
doesn't
row?
feel like any of the people that they've brought forward to try to say something good about.
I guess he
Tanner
could,
Horner,
but then they might not
or
do it
that
if they know he wants
flips
it.
out easily. It feels like the prosecution has flipped that on the defense. Because to me, that guy.
He's got to
did
realize he'll be
absolutely
protected
not
on
have
death
to.
row, though, dude.
I couldn't figure out what
Otherwise,
he was
he's
adding,
gonna
quite
get-
frankly. But the only thing that stood out for me is that he said during cross that he and Tanner Horner partied with each other. They drank, they used marijuana, and they used K2. Now, K2 is, crazy, and it'll make you crazy. So I don't know if maybe it was just that he was.
Remember when people
this
ate
is
each
sort
other's
of-
faces
it's
and
more
shit?
the drug
off
use,
that?
the drinking, the
There were-
what I mean? And
there were
don't have
multiple
access
people
to, if that's what's making
eating-
him act like this, then
It was
he
like
won't
turning
have
people into
access to that kind of
zombies, bro.
stuff
That
in,
was
in
crazy.
prison, and but beyond that, I mean, he laid a little bit of a foundation as it relates to the relationship that Tanner Horner had with his grandparents, and that they were very supportive of him, right?
It was
We
all
heard from
happening
other
in
witnesses.
Florida at the time, too,
Is
wasn't
that
it?
super helpful to the defense? I'm not.
Right, because if the idea is he had such a horrible childhood, what we've actually heard is, yes, he had a father who was in prison and largely absent, a mother who was a drug addict and in and out of his life, but he seemed to have had grandparents who were a stabilizing influence.
Right.
And then the testimony we heard yesterday, we heard from this the school social, I forget what her title was. The school person basically talking about how much support he got.
The speech pathologist?
Support. Okay, Rebecca's.
I think I heard her say stand by.
Okay.
How do they not remember a person's title? Fucking most unprofessional
I can
news
see they've
cast I've
recessed for
watched
lunch,
right
right?
here.
Can you hear it? I don't know if y'all heard that, but we're recessed for lunch.
Yes, they were saying that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, recess until 1 o'clock, and then they're gonna allow the cameras back in, but I still believe that hearing is going on.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
It's just to say, wow.
Well, that's unusual. It is super unusual. Rebecca, anything else you
Another
want to add?
50 fucking
we'll all
minutes?
just take a break for lunch
55
ourselves.
minutes?
Anything else that you want to put out there?
Humdinger.
No,
Pumpkin
that's all I've
boy.
been able to learn so far. If I hear anything before lunch and we coming back on about what this hearing was about, because I mean, the judge again has been very transparent. He's been very open to allowing us to observe everything. So I'm sure he'll come in and give us, not us, but in the courtroom, a reason why he did this.
I'm gonna put
Okay, and we think they're
Sweet
coming
Pea's
back from
water
lunch
bowl
at 1
down. I
o'clock
forgot to
then?
do that.
Is that what we're understanding?
1 o'clock.
Okay, all right, we'll come back about 12:45 then. And then, Rebecca, if you feel like hopping on, great. If you have something new, we'd love to see it. Otherwise, we'll see you later this afternoon. All right, folks. Rebecca, well, all three of us are going to go take a break. Thank you.
Thank you.
So they got 40-minute timer going right now. Oh man. Oh man. That puts me right in the middle of feeding outdoor cats. I'm a liar. Dude, I want to be playing some Arc Raiders. That new map came out, man. I was thinking about doing laundry today, but Arc Raiders' new map came out, man. Fuck. Why they gotta do me like that? I had plans. I was actually like, laundry day. And Arc Raiders is like, hey buddy, you ready to party? Huh? You ready to party? And plus I want to go see the yellow outfit I got from the trials. I know I didn't get the fucking red one. I didn't make it to Hot Shot. Damn it, man. But I'll start off at a higher level on this trials, but I don't know. Fuck. Tried harder. Like I took a week off or something and really fucked me all up on that. I could have gotten it. If I would have taken it. I needed a break though, dude. From the arc. From the rating. But now that I know how to get in friendly lobbies, dude, like I have unlocked the code. All you gotta do is go in with a butthole and a dream, preferably in a squads game. And you gotta convince your teammates to not shoot other people. But then you gotta be the voice of reason every time and talk, because I think the game sees when you go proximity and when another team goes proximity near you and when you don't shoot each other. And I think it adds that up. And the more times you talk to other squads and y'all don't shoot each other, like it's like puts you in the friendly lobbies. Yeah, I think you only have to do it for like 1 or 2 games. And then I'm in like the most friendly lobbies on the game all of a sudden again. Now that we got that figured out, how to get into friendly lobbies without risking anything. Did I lose a fucking Jupiter last night? Did I lose my gun right before getting off? Oh no, I think I might have lost my shit. Did I lose a fucking Jupiter before getting off? Oh, I want to look at that now. Does anybody remember that I rage quit after losing a bunch of shit? My Bobcat 4 and my Jupiter. Very, very possible that happened. Because I feel like that happened. Dude, I want to go cut the PlayStation on right now just to see real fast. But I also don't want to be disappointed when I see it. Come on, Simon, what are you doing? He really is eating less without the stimulant. A little less right now today. Not going in on the second bowl. Maybe I'll heat it up a little bit. Yeah. Gotta pick it up at 11, so I'm you like it like that, don't you? You like it like that, you like it like that. Q, Ice Cube, today was a good day. Uh-oh, shouldn't have said anything. No, I used to talk too soon. You should have way more than that. Yeah. So I've been 3 days now. I think this is appetite stimulant. I think I might have pushed it to the limit. Hi Lou, how are you, man? Hey, my fingertips aren't numb anymore. That went away finally. So that's cool. Weird. It lasted for a good 30 minutes though. Where did I say I did the kombucha? The coffee and kombucha mixture. Also used some really old aftershaves. I wonder if it's done leak something from the plastic. They stopped making it years ago, and I bought a surplus of it because it's like the best stuff I've ever found. I've started to wonder if the oils in it are starting to break down the plastic bottles they're in. Maybe that maybe I just absorbed that and it did that. So next time I shave, I'm definitely going to be looking out for my fingertips going numb. But you keep walking past this bowl again just now. I prefer to kind of get done eating by 10:30. That way I can focus on the outdoor cats and not worry about him being cooped up in my room, not able to eat. He's really doing a great job gaining weight though. He's at 10.2 today. He was at 9.3 last 3 weeks ago. He's running around, he seems alert, so no diarrhea. He did have diarrhea, I believe, the day I gave him. I feel like the day I give it to him, he always has a little diarrhea, like one poop will be diarrhea. The day I give the appetite stimulant. Another reason to limit. The solid poops today. This one has some weird discharge coming out of one ear. It's the same side that he has bumps on the side of his head. He doesn't really scratch at them though, but I wonder if it's connected. And there he is. There he is. How you doing? Hey. It's so nice that he's not licking the hair off the back of his legs anymore. I don't know what the heck that was. I kept thinking it was his arthritis and like legs were hurting, but maybe he was just over grooming because his hyperthyroidism wasn't being controlled sufficiently. Because he's got hair back there now. Like I thought it was an allergy thing. He might have had fleas though. Like one flea for a while that we just didn't see, and I wasn't treating him for it. Because I do remember there was that one flea, and there was probably more. Huh. We got that flea. lovely, beautiful. He really does have beautiful eyes. You can't really tell on camera as well, but they're green and they got some blue in them. Yes, we can. Oh, Dark District just got on the Arc Raiders because the new map. We got on an hour, like a while ago, 2 hours ago. The new Arc Raiders map. Everybody's talking about it. Fraud raids in Minnesota target 22 businesses. Did I really lose my fucking gun? I definitely lost a level 4 hole cracker last night. I do remember that. I lost all kinds of shit last night. I really want to know what I lost though. See who's out there. I see Frank and Fluffy will probably be there by the time there's 2 rolls. much did I lose, man? Damn, I definitely either lost one or the other last night. Did I really lose all that? All three of them? That will be a bummer. I go and look. Dude, there's a pile of human shit back there next to the dumpster in the alley. That was absolutely coated in flies. I mean, there were probably 1,000 flies on that shit. I didn't touch that. I'm not fucking picking that up. Damn. I caught the. It was. I didn't even know what it was at first. I just saw like a mound of blackness, and then I noticed it was flies, and I was like, "Bro, I know what that is now." These are the flies that are coming over here, and my cats are eating. Okay. What are you doing out there? You could hear Shiloh out here meowing. That's her. Are you hungry? Are you the hungriest? Are you really? Okay.
Ayer, bueno, estaba checando ayer eso a lavar ahora a la mañana, para lavar ahora a la mañana. Pero, porque ayer la gente prendía y todo bien, pero ya no me da cuando llegué. Porque es que quería tapar lo que, ¿cómo se llama? No, pues es que me estaba moviendo la pista, para ver, para chequear eso, pues, como bueno, pues, como bueno, pues. Y que no la pista.
They went to hang out on the neighbor's farm. I don't know if she came back. I think Shiloh wants more food. She's so pretty, dude. Her light green eyes with that gray fur. She's so sweet too. You could hear her, when I first went out here, rewind the stream, you could hear her meowing. She's super high-pitched, sweet meow. I tried it, never meows when she's out there. I did get her to sniff my finger though. That's cool. That's progress in a way. Anytime I can get Trident to sniff my finger, it's progress, I guess. Because, I don't think she lets too many people get that close to her. And then one time she was in the sidewalk right here and I had to walk down it, and she jumped on top of the wall and stayed there next to me as I walked past her, but I made sure to not look at her, and I faced the other way as I was passing. I mean, she was right there. Pretty cool. Hey, 8 likes, thanks guys. See, is the court back in session? Nope. Not yet. Okay, Simon's got a little bit longer to eat. He's sniffing the front door right now, though, instead. He must be able to smell her out there. She's still out there.
Now, whether or not this witness
Tried it left, but
and testify.
So go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's really
also, I petted Shiloh once while I was out there. While she was hungry and meowing like that, I was able to pet her. I could have petted her more than that, but I don't want to get her too used to me. I just wanted to see if she'd let me. I petted her back once while she was starting to eat. But she's still very skittish of me being out there. And wouldn't let me touch her after she got done eating.
Can't have surprise witnesses necessarily. Now,
and again, she is one of 2 successful TNRs I've had. They were female spays and have continued to come back and visit me. I got her really young. I don't think she ever had any litters.
Outside of the presence of the public and sealed. I mean, that's really, this is like one of those things, again, that's like so dramatic as it relates to this trial that's just completely unexpected. So it's really
Oh man, I heard a cat fight last night though. So somebody's getting pregnant around here, I think. It was loud and down the block. Lasted for a little while, man. Hopefully not, man. Hopefully they don't bring them down here, because I'm known as being the cat orphanage. I'm the kitten orphanage. I'm like an NGO for cats. They come to me. I'm getting funded by the government, and they're still talking about this shit. I thought, they're going to be back in 9 minutes.
Let that witness testify, and not allow the judge to allow that witness to testify. But I could also see the prosecution saying that if they just learned about a rebuttal witness, that might help them prove that Tanner Horner is a future danger, then will the judge allow them to let that witness testify? Because it's sealed, we're not going to know anything unless the judge tells us in open court what happened.
Wow.
It's really interesting.
One thing about covering these trials like this, Rebecca, is it seems like with every case we always see something that has that's really unusual, right? I mean, and then we're seeing that play out in this case, just
more than once.
Yeah, more than once.
I mean, you walk into a death penalty case ready to try it, and the defendant stands up and says, "Okay, listen, I want to plead guilty."
Yeah. That doesn't happen very often.
That doesn't happen. I mean, normally most of us would have kind of sort of in the know would have heard about that. Like, it wouldn't have been super unexpected, but it was. And so now here we are again, like this dramatic pause in the middle of the defense's case, saying there's this mystery witness potentially that needs to have this closed here. I mean, it's unusual. And oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I would suspect that the prosecutors may not have known about it. Now, this is what I was thinking about Brady and Michael Morton is It would be, if it was exculpatory in nature, they would have had to tell the defense before trial, but this wouldn't necessarily be exculpatory because it's not helping the defense, but they would still be compelled if they had a witness that they knew about, that they were going to bring forward, prior, but it feels like they would have put that in their case and not.
Always a juicy witness,
man.
I think so.
How Michael Morton.
It must be the doctor that diagnosed him with it, because they're always like, I can't diagnose him. I can't diagnose him. Is it going to be somebody that can diagnose him finally?
A family member or something who's been maybe watching the live streams or something. I mean, we don't know. I mean, obviously we're spitballing.
I thought they said it was a professional.
This could be something that came out during the defense's case that has made this relevant.
I mean, right, just along those lines, some witness on the defense side said something, sort of prosecutor ears perked up. They said to their investigator, "Hey, go run this down. Go see whether or not you can." And but for that witness making that statement, they never would have known about it, and now they do. And so legitimately, there would be no, Brady or Michael Morton or whatever, right? Because they legitimately only know about it because of something that occurred in the defense case, and there's no other way. Because the truth of the matter is, it's 3 years. They've been investigating this case. They've been preparing this trial. It's been a death penalty case since essentially the beginning. They have overturned every single rock in Tanner Horner's life, like from the beginning of time. You know what I mean? Like from preconception. They know where his mom, what strip club his mom worked at, and they've gone back there to talk to people. Like, that's how much they have done. So if it's something that they truly didn't know anything about, then it may be that some defense witness said one line.
Dude, I got my practice. I got my practice voting material.
And so you
my
never
sample
know.
ballot.
That could be a thing. But if that's the case, then no Michael Morton and no Brady.
Right. No.
It was the governor.
And
Go ahead.
do you think that maybe the prosecution, Tanya, do you think that maybe the prosecution was also waiting for a door to be able, because we've heard witness after witness now.
Where's the
witness today saying,
special election
I took
to
my
that
son
though?
over to Tanner Horner's to be, so that he could babysit him, and everything was great. But if you've got a witness that says otherwise, then maybe you could use that in rebuttal with the prosecutors, because the defense is trying to paint Tanner Horner as being great with other kids. He babysat this guy's kid, and he babysat, I let my children around him. But if they have somebody saying otherwise, then
we're voting for mayor here, even a primary
damning to
mayor.
them, to the defense.
That could be. I mean, obviously, maybe it was a sort of, defense.
Oh, we get to vote. Can we vote Garcia out? The United States Representative, 42nd District. Robert Garcia is on there. We should vote him out, man. Get the Republican Brian Burley in there, baby.
That's not adding up to me.
Well, exactly. And for some reason, and again, I might be just keying in on something. Again, that guy that brought up whole
Dude, there
thing
are
about
actually
Tanner Horner
3
supposedly being
Republicans
sexually
on the
assaulted,
ticket,
remember
dude,
Jay this morning?
against
Yes.
Robert
Just,
Garcia.
For me, my ears perked up, and I don't know why.
And one
I'm not saying it's
independent.
related, but it just felt like
Yo, maybe that's too many. Though.
I don't know.
Why are there
Could
so
be
many
totally
choices?
unrelated, but
Mhm.
I thought it struck me as very interesting.
And that was a question on Cross, Tanya.
That's crazy.
You're
There's
right.
so many
That
It
was a
wasn't.
question on Cross.
That's interesting. They were headed somewhere with that.
Well, and if you have Tanner Horner saying that he was sexually assaulted, and they're going to hear from a witness along those lines. I don't think that the judge would have sealed the record and that hearing. I have to believe that this has to do with some sort of juvenile victim of some sort, only because it's not unheard of for a judge to not have the hearing held in front of the jury. It is really different and very
What the
unusual.
fuck? They're talking about increasing our sales tax by another
Where
0.5%.
they seal the record in the hearing.
Right.
So that's why I believe it has to do with some
For
sort of
5 years.
issue.
Well, the only reason
Because
the
of
only
what the
reason I
Trump
bring up that
administration
witness
and Congress has been doing
Bree is
with
right.
the
It was on Cross. That's the only witness
federal
out of
cuts.
all these witnesses that
What
we
the hell,
had
dude?
that they've brought in that were either
Make
friends
it more
or
expensive to live here.
acquaintances of his that they've asked that question of.
Right.
And so it just sticks in my head that there was some reason why they were asking that question. That there was
Sales
something
tax is so
behind that
fucking
question.
weird, dude. They get to make
Because
money
my
off
sense of
everything
these
I buy.
prosecutors is they're not asking
you.
questions willy-nilly. They are very, whenever they're crossing a witness, they're typically their cross-examination of the defense witnesses is fairly short. They're not, it's been very short, and they
I
seem
don't
to
see
always
the
have kind
voting
of
thing on here.
a very
You use drugs together. You this. You. I mean, it's like 3 or 4 points.
right, and that's it. So I don't know. That again, it may be not connected, but who knows?
That's very interesting. It's, God, you know, the drama that this has created.
For sure. Rebecca, any more word on who it is that we are going to hear from this afternoon? Who that witness might be? Not the witness we've been talking about in the closed door hearing, but who?
Oh, I don't see it.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be some sort of a psychologist that is going to testify next, and she has been here, and she will take up the rest of the afternoon, and I think that's going to be the last witness that we hear from. But just another defense expert.
She's gonna say that she has diagnosed him with it then. I
3
was
days
right. Was that
hearings
right?
on these experts. They
Was
all
that fucking
say
right?
the exact same thing, and they all read each other's reports, and they're all basing their
Is she gonna be able to say that
on
she
the other
actually
person's
diagnosed
report that
him?
they should
Because all the other
have
ones
and
can't say that.
and
I'm pretty sure I'm right,
A couple
because-
of them did examine
Usually
Tanner
right,
and
yeah.
did spend time with him. The last witness we're going to hear, I believe, from the defense is someone that spends a little bit more time with Tanner Horner. But some of them are just reading other reports and then basing their opinion off some of those reports. But I do suspect that this person's also going to come forward and talk about Tanner Horner's different disorders as well.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, we gotta let you go because the witness is coming on the stand right now.
Let's go.
Waiting on Steve to come back.
I need to get. Hold up. Alright.
All right, y'all ready? Ready. Okay.
Man, he's fucking. It's weird seeing him in there like that. I'll just like. He's a normal person. Alright, I need to get sorry up. Wait, back in the cage actually to see if he'll eat the remainder of his food.
No. Why do you rush it every time? You're so excited.
You're so excited. I love your excitement, actually. Sweet Pea. Damn it, Sweet Pea. That's gonna fall. Sweet Pea just had it run over there. Are you still hungry? You still hungry? You still hungry? Got it. Good job. You still hungry? Oh, come on, Sawyer. Shit. Here, you want to eat it here? Come on, it's okay. Sweet Pea, I'm sorry, baby. You don't understand, I know. It's okay, bud. Where you going, Sawyer? Alright. Quickly. No, baby, no. No, I'm sorry. Sweet Pea, stop. Alright. She's very persistent. Alright. Come on. Come on, you don't want any more? You don't want any more? You don't want any more? Here, what do I do with the thumb thing? All these cats eat differently now, and Sawyer, who should be eating the most, eats the least. It's fucking so frustrating, dude. Come on. Come here. Sweet Pea, get the fuck out of here. Shit. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. She's just stupid. It's alright. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You sure you don't want any more? Come on. You want to eat it up there? No, come here. Come here, come here. Come here, sir. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Satchel. Satchel. Come on. Oh, good big boy, good boy. Come on, no. Look, here. Here, skinny boy. Come here. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like hugging on me. Whatever, I guess I'll just leave this in this cage for a little bit longer until like 12, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, I guess. He's gonna be hounding it the entire time. Dude, stop doing that. Sorry for stepping on your fucking foot. But dude, you're being too fast. I can't keep up with that shit. Oh, how the fuck he's so fast? He doesn't even think. He just bolts it for the fucking gate. Whenever he sees that it's about to open, he runs full speed ahead towards the gate. I kind of squished his toe there on accident. I'm not happy about it. He didn't make a noise though. Hey buddy? Yeah, you're okay. You're still rushing the gate on me. Okay, Simon is done eating. He's sleeping again. He's hungry as he was yesterday. But it's not. He was actually not too hungry. Actually, he left about the same amount of food yesterday as he did today, so I'd say as hungry with 0 appetite stimulant given since I gave it to him on the 25th. So, man, he's lasting pretty long off this administration. So bear with me for that. I'm trying to get him to eat a little bit more food. He's a growing kid. He doesn't understand that he needs to eat more. He just wants to play. He's a sweet little player. He doesn't want to eat. He wants to play. I bet there are a lot of kids like that you have to be like, come on, we gotta eat. I bet it fucking sucks to have a kid like that too, dude. I can't even imagine once you're like, come on, please eat, please, and they never want to eat. Is that a thing? I bet it is, dude. That's why so many parents are feeding their kids shit food, because it's like they just give up on it. And they're like, same reason cat parents just give cats shit dry food, because it's super easy. Put it in a bowl and forget it for the whole week. Man, I used to go camping. I just put out like 3 bowls full of food, a bunch of water, and just be like, we're good. Cat's gonna be just fine. Letterbox looking like a war zone when we got back.
We're missing one. Everybody can be seated.
Wet food really puts a lot more responsibility on
extra chairs in there, so I can
the
make
cat
sure
owner.
that everybody's here.
Also takes away a lot of ability to have free time. It dramatically does that with a wet food diet. I think that's one of the main reasons.
We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn previously to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plus it calls for it. It calls for it, and it's more labor intensive.
The defense offers, make sure I got the numbers correct. Defense exhibits number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84, which have all been on file with the clerk of court, and the state has also given copies.
Any objection? No. Defense exhibits 80 through 84 are admitted.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Ryan. How you doing? Dr. Ryan, if you would please just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, Dr. Ryan.
And Dr. Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I am a professor of psychiatry and behavioral health at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. I'm the vice chair of clinical affairs, and I am a general adult, child and adolescent, and forensic psychiatrist.
Could I have you slide that over just a little bit? Your voice is very soft, so there you go.
That's the first time anyone said
I
that.
understand. Ms. Anderson.
That's something I share in common. Dr. Ryan, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
So I graduated undergraduate from New York University. I went to medical school at Midwestern University, which then was called the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. After that, I did a medical surgical internship at Baptist Medical Center in New York. Then I did my general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh Western Psychiatric Institute and Clinic. I did a forensic fellowship at the University of Virginia.
Dr. Ryan, you had said that you were a doctor of osteopathic medicine. Is there a difference between osteopathic and a medical doctor?
Not all that much anymore. Osteopathic physicians have education in osteopathic manipulative technique during medical school. There proportionately are more osteopathic physicians go into primary care, like family medicine, internal medicine, pediatrics, than MDs do. And I think osteopathic physicians have always prided themselves on having a more holistic approach, although I think teaching in an MD medical school now, I think MDs have certainly adopted that over the years.
Osteopathic manipulation, what does that mean?
Well, it's different from chiropractic, but it's manipulation of the musculoskeletal system for various, disorders. For example, back pain, various musculoskeletal disorders.
Well, Dr. Ryan, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other state?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Virginia, also in Kentucky.
Are you board certified in any discipline?
Yes, I am board certified in general psychiatry, in child and adolescent psychiatry, and in forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Ryan, for this particular case, did you have to obtain a temporary medical license to practice in Texas?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you were a professor at Ohio State University. How long have you been a professor?
Since 2017.
You had also mentioned that you were a vice chair. What does that mean?
Basically, it is a title that encompasses the promotion of the clinical enterprise within the department. So my role is to basically promote clinical excellence in all of our clinical endeavors. So we have an 84-bed inpatient hospital. We have a huge ambulatory footprint, consult liaison, emergency, psychiatry. Also, one of my roles is to integrate psychiatry into the medical center. So we have our psychiatrists in neurology and in our cancer hospital, etc.
So does that mean you still see patients?
Yes.
And how often do you see patients?
I see patients probably about three days a week. My primary clinical role at this point in time is in our psychiatric emergency service at Ohio State, because I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I also work in the pediatric crisis department over at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I see some outpatients, and I also do some inpatient work.
So you mentioned child and adolescent psychiatry. Is that your specialty area?
Well, it's one of my specialty areas.
What other specialty areas do you have?
I would say forensic psychiatry is one, also emergency psychiatry.
Is there any, do you have a focus within your clinical practice?
I would say that clinically I see patients with mood disorders. I guess what I would be most known for is suicidal patients, the study of and treatment of patients who are suicidal. risk assessment, violence risk assessment, a variety of clinical things that I do.
And you're on there for a witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as sensitive to 78. Do you recognize this?
That's my CV or resume.
Is this a criminality representation of the experience that you're going to report today?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the defense offer sensitive to 78?
No. Defense 78 is admitted.
I'm making up some shit. We're having a butter, onion, and pepper sandwich. It's gonna be crazy.
Dr. Ryan, I was looking at your resume and I saw something related to University of Virginia.
Yes.
Were you the medical director at the were you the medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy there?
Yes, I was.
What does that mean?
Well, the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy is really a think tank that assists in advising the state legislature, judges. Also, we have a clinic that evaluates primarily defendants. I also initiated doing more civil work. Also started the child forensic clinic. We also teach how to do various types of evaluations. For example, capital sentencing evaluations, insanity evaluations, competency to stand trial, sex offender evaluations, a variety of forensic evaluations.
So you're one of the people that trains people to do what you do?
I did when I was at UVA, and now I work with fellows. Those are individuals they're physicians who've completed medical school and their psychiatry residency. Sometimes they're child and adolescent fellowship also, and are now doing a forensic psychiatry.
What'd you make, Ms. Bongo?
Dr. Ryan, have you ever been published in any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
What does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
That means, well, maybe it's easier to talk about the process. You submit an article. It could be a research article, it could be a review article, it could be a variety of different types of articles to a medical journal. And then the editor sends that out to various experts in that field to review it and critique if it's suitable for publication, if the methodology is good, if it's something that adds to the research body, to the literature body. And then if it's accepted, typically nothing's accepted the first time around, and it's sent back with revisions, and if the authors are able to do the revisions and resubmit it, it may be published.
And Dr. Ryan, what type of articles have you written? What generally was your topic of publication?
Well, it would sort of vary depending on, kind of what my interests and work was at the time. And I started out at University of Pittsburgh being very interested in self-injurious behavior, so I wrote an article on that. People who cut themselves or headbang, things like that. I also have submitted and written articles that have been published on competency to stand trial, sexual assault, mood disorders among juvenile offenders, and also my research.
Somebody in chat just made a good point. Taxpayers are paying for this entire trial, both sides, defense and prosecution.
When I was at UVA, was in violence against staff in a psychiatric hospital. So I had done research and published on that. I published on mental illness and the death penalty. And other things, yeah.
Approximately how many times have you been published in peer review articles?
I guess I have never counted them up, but I guess about 15 times. And then I have book chapters also that I've written on suicide, malingering or deception, psychiatric emergencies, interviewing,
Other than book chapters, have you written any books?
Yes, I edited and wrote part of a book on juvenile sexual offending.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever consulted on legal cases before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times have you consulted on cases?
Probably over the last 25 years, I would say about at least 50 times, maybe closer to 75.
Have you worked for both the state and the defense in these
Yes,
cases?
I have.
Have you worked in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Dr. Ryan, are you being paid for your time to be here?
Yes, I am.
Now, I understand that you work for
How much?
Ohio State University.
When they tell
How
us.
does that work with you working for them and you being here with us? Do you get paid or does Ohio State get paid?
The payment goes to Ohio State.
Dr. Ryan, what is your hourly fee?
$700 an hour.
Is this standard in the practice that you've seen?
Yes, some less, some more. Some experts less, some experts more.
No, that's what, how many hours?
How many hours have you worked on this case so far?
I haven't counted them up again.
What?
OSU gets that payment, but I would say it's at least 100 hours.
So $7,000.
Dr. Ryan,
Huh?
what were you asked to do in this case? What was what we call the referral question?
Wow.
I was asked to do a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation for the purpose of mitigation.
What is a forensic psychiatric evaluation for purposes of mitigation?
So, mitigation in a capital case would be doing a thorough psychiatric evaluation to help inform the jury about the life of the defendant, and are there any mitigating factors that they might consider with respect to coming to the conclusion of death versus life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's something that is law, essentially, that the death penalty, according to the Supreme Court,
That's what for me is hot.
certainly worst.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Ryan. You had mentioned that you perform these evaluations, but is there testing involved in these evaluations?
Other experts potentially will do testing. I don't do testing. I don't think I have ever done testing in a capital mitigation case. Sometimes I will do testing in other types of forensic evaluations. But what I do in terms of my methodology is a comprehensive review of all of the records. That would be doing talk about what records I've reviewed? Okay.
Yeah. When you provided, you said that you reviewed records. Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is there a comprehensive list of the records that you reviewed contained within that report?
There is.
Are there any additional records that you reviewed after completing your report?
I want to add one thing, which during the previous hearing I was in error about. I didn't include my interview of the in-home therapist.
Okay.
So that was done prior to getting additional records. And then, after completing my report, I received additional documents and provided the prosecution with a list of those. You who provided the prosecution with a list.
Where did you get the records that you reviewed?
From the defense team.
Did you receive any reports from other experts as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you rely solely on the records you received and the reports that you received from the other experts when doing your evaluation?
in this kind of forensic evaluation, you do a comprehensive interview, typically several interviews with the defendant, and I met with Mr. Horner for about 18 and a half hours over the course of 4 times. I also interviewed collateral sources of information, people who might be able to shed some light on the defendant, his development, his functioning. I met some of those individuals in person, others I interviewed by Zoom or by phone.
Dr. Ryan, why is it important to have all of this information?
Well, in any forensic evaluation, you have to have a low threshold for suspecting malingering. And so a forensic evaluation is different from and malingering would be being deceptive. A clinical evaluation, your threshold for suspecting that is much lower.
Again, I'm sorry for interrupting, but would you please explain to the jury what malingering means?
Deception. Malingering is basically attempting to deceive with the purpose of some gain. So in a civil case, it might be attempting to, portraying yourself as far more impaired than you actually are in order to get a big payout, for example. In a criminal case, it might be feigning or pretending to be psychotic in order to, get an insanity defense, something like that.
I didn't know what that meant all this time.
In order to determine whether a person is malingering, is that why you look at all of the records?
That's one of the reasons. Also, every individual, in every case, not only in forensic evaluations, often, there are family members and others who have more insight into how they function than they might have themselves. That's true of even neurotypical people. And with someone who has an autism spectrum disorder, that's even more the case.
Do you try to review all of the records before conducting the interviews with the client?
I review all of the records that I have received prior to interviewing the client. Yes, your client.
Can you have a picture of?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Appendix Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my report.
Is this the report that you prepared after interviewing Mr. Horner, reviewing the records, and interviewing all the collateral witnesses?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Defense Officer, Defense Exhibit number 79.
Defense Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Now, Dr. Ryan, in your review of the records, did you review records from the Wise County Health Systems?
Yes.
Did you review records from Tarrant County MHMR?
Yes.
Did you review records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes, I did.
Did you review records from the hospital known as Millwood?
Yes.
And did you review other records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes.
Should I tell you my fingertips were numb earlier?
Forensic psychiatric evaluation. How important is it to get a family history?
It's very important.
Why is it important?
Well, for a variety of reasons. One is you find out about the upbringing of the defendant. You also find out about the family mental health history, because many psychiatric disorders have a familial basis, a genetic basis that you want to be aware of. It's also
That's how it
important
starts.
to, expounding on what I had said earlier, understanding the developmental history of any defendant, you really need to know what kind of a family they grew up in, what kind of influences they were subjected to, both positive and negative.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your interviews with all of the witnesses in this case, do you feel that you were able to get a pretty comprehensive medical history of Tanner's family?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the psychiatric history that you were able to obtain, specifically related to the maternal side. Was there any significant history of mental health issues on Tanner's maternal side?
Yes, there was significant mental health history on the maternal side. His maternal grandmother suffers from depression. She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she doesn't believe that she has bipolar disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized on that other disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized during her own childhood, sexually abused. His mother has a history of significant severe mental illness. Now, she's been diagnosed with major depression with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder. Now, those disorders are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't have all three of those. But from reviewing the records, she had extensive psychiatric records that I reviewed. She has been psychotic, and it didn't appear that that was only in the context of substance use, that persisted even outside of substance use.
And I believe you said that
substance
all of
use.
these diagnoses were documented in medical records that you reviewed?
They were all documented in the medical records, yes. The maternal grandmother has several siblings, two of whom completed suicide. A sister who was apparently very successful and had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, who killed herself when she was about 40. There's also a brother who killed himself by firearm, a younger brother. And she has other older brothers who have been diagnosed with one with paranoid schizophrenia, another one with bipolar disorder.
Why is all of this important
It's
when
crazy.
you evaluate Tanner for this particular case?
It gives me some insight into what kind of biologically based vulnerabilities he may have to mental illness. There's also, family history is also replete with substance use disorders. And those we know are also, there's an inherited basis potentially to those also.
With regards to the substance use disorder, and was that on both the maternal and the paternal side?
Yes, there's the paternal side. His biological father died.
So Simon's not hanging out with me. I'm gonna go sit down. Simon's in my bedroom, knocked out. Move positions. Done all my duties out here for now. I've done all my duties in here for now. No! Oh my god, why can't I ever just walk in, bro? Huh? Sandwich was not very good. I'm just gonna be real with it. Dude. Ciao. 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 Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to do that better. What did you have, Miss Bungle? I asked you. She didn't answer me. My cables are starting to break. Now the charging cable to this is starting to get weird. Oh, cats we got out here. No cats. Oh. I like to see. Alright. I ain't even playing, baby. Shit. I like to see 0 cats. Because that means that I'm not responsible. I'm not responsible for them. Oh man, I'm gonna put this in there. Can I put this in? No. Damn, that's fun. Huh. Where was I plugging this in? The PlayStation, probably. Turn on first of all. Do 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 do. Hi guys. How's it going?
Before I had any opportunity to interview him, but he reportedly, and there's actually medical records that I reviewed his records. He has a history of depression, significant substance use. He also had a serious suicide attempt while in jail, during which he was cut down. And in the process of being cut down, when he fell to the floor, broke his foot.
What do you mean cut down?
He was found hanging.
Hey.
Dr. Ryan, I want to bring your attention to Tanner Brunner in this case, all right? You said that you have reviewed all of the medical records in this case. Were you able to obtain a comprehensive history or view of Tanner's own psychiatric issues?
Yes.
Historically speaking, what kinds of diagnoses has Tanner had over his lifetime?
He has had over his lifetime Asperger's disorder, autism spectrum disorder, as the diagnostic category changed, major depressive disorder, recurrent and severe. He has had ADHD, significant attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That has been since childhood. He's also received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. That was also in the medical records.
They diagnose everybody with that, just like they do autism, just like they used to ADHD.
Whether he had ever been prescribed medications?
Yes,
he's just been in the system long enough to get all of them.
Medications over the years. When he was early adolescence, I believe, potentially middle school, he was prescribed what we call stimulant medication for ADHD, Metadate, and Concerta. He's also been prescribed Strattera, and that was prescribed quite recently prior to this offense. He's been prescribed several antidepressants. sertraline, which is Zoloft,
I've taken that.
mirtazapine, which is Remeron, and fluoxetine, which is Prozac.
I think I've tried all
Also
those.
bupropion, which is Wellbutrin.
I tried that too.
He's been
They all suck.
prescribed 2 antipsychotics,
You know what?
although
No.
it appears that those were-
Wellbutrin, I will give it credit. It is good for smoking cessation. It's really good if you want to quit smoking. But yeah, aside from that, I wouldn't fuck with it.
prescribed more for sleep disturbance than any actual psychosis, olanzapine and quetiapine.
I've been on
Dr.
those.
Ryan,
Oh,
are these
quetiapine.
medications consistent?
I think they tried to give me that
with the
for a
diagnoses
while too. Quetiapine. Yeah, no, that sucked too.
that you saw in the records?
I forget what it
I'd like
I
to
know.
talk to you a little
What did
bit
they feel
about
like?
some of
It wasn't
these
good, though.
specific instances that you read about in the records.
I think they made me more anxious.
I want to
Quetiapine
turn your
shit.
attention to the records for Millwood in 2018. Do you recall an instance, or do you recall why Tanner was admitted to Millwood in September of 2018?
Yes, the police were called by his ex-girlfriend. He had indicated to
Oh,
her
no, not
that she
Seroquel.
should
I haven't
look
been
at
on that,
Facebook
actually.
because he was going.
They give a lot of people this shit, the Seroquel shit, in jail, dude. I haven't actually. I don't think I have been given Seroquel. But in jail, they'll take a ton of it and get fucked up on it. And I was in a program, a back to work program, and this dude was getting prescribed it by the VA. He was a veteran, and there with me, and we lived there. It was a residential place. And man, he OD'd on these fucking things and was like in another world. He was actually tripping off of Seroquel, dude. Like, he didn't know where he was at anymore. He was saying really weird shit in front of all of us, and we had to like hide it from the treatment coordinators, because we weren't in like a drug and alcohol program. But if they thought that you had a drug and alcohol program while you were in the back to work program, you might get referred over there because they were on the same campus. It was literally like right next door. We were neighbors. The drug program was right, like we'd see them every day doing their thing. Oh yeah, BVRC was the drug program, and it was the VIP program, veterans something. VIP was the one. Was the back to work program. It was at the Villages of Cabrillo here in Long Beach, off Santa Fe, and PCH. So that dude was fucking gone off Seroquel though, dude. I ain't never seen anybody that messed up off of like a prescribed, like tripping. Like he looked like he was tripping on something, dude. Let me look at this up. It's quite, I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking it up wrong.
Indicated to her that she should look at Facebook because he was going to be killing himself. And she rushed over to where he was living at the time. I believe it was his grandmother's shed, and found him unconscious. And the police were called. And he was involuntarily admitted to Millwood. He didn't want to go voluntarily.
Yeah,
Do you
but
recall
was
how
he
long
really
in the hospital?
almost
He was
dead?
in the hospital for about a week.
I want to turn your attention to the records from Tarrant County in 2022. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was seeing anybody at Tarrant County HMR on a regular basis?
He was.
Specifically, in May of 2022, did he see his provider?
The individual who prescribed medication?
Yes.
Yes. And he also was seeing, I believe, a therapist too.
When he went to see the provider, was an intake performed? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I don't recall exactly the intake itself.
Okay.
But he was diagnosed with major depression recurrent, ADHD, and prescribed antidepressants, two antidepressants, and Strattera.
I'm just reading right here though. This dude might have done the grapefruit juice thing with it or something. Because grapefruit juice does the same thing with Seroquel that it does with Xanax. It increases blood levels of it because the body doesn't have the enzyme to break it down.
Paul, if he talked to his provider about any of the stressors in his life that he was experiencing at the time in May of 2022?
Yes, he basically went for treatment because he was feeling increasingly depressed and suicidal. He was not hospitalized at that time, but
He could have just killed himself instead of killing this little girl, you know? What the fuck, dude?
Called the Mobile Crisis Program.
That's what the jury's thinking.
Which is what he was involved in. He was under a great deal of
probably
stress.
been better for the world.
He had difficulties
So she would have
in terms
definitely been
of
better for the
his
world.
relationship with his fiance's family. I believe that he was living with them and was having a lot of stressors around that. Not only in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the number of people living in the house and just the noise factor and kind of the chaos in the home. He also was stressed by work. His fiance had experienced.
And I was going to say, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because I want to go back to May of 2022. And then we'll get to the other issues that he was dealing with in just a moment. Based upon the records that you reviewed from Tarrant County, was the last date of service October of 2022?
Yes.
Was that about 6 weeks before the kidnap and murder of Dana Strand?
Yes, it was.
Now, after his arrest, was there an incident in the Weiss County Jail involving Tanner?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm trying to recall. It was several months after he had been incarcerated in the jail. He attempted to kill himself by cutting his upper extremities and cutting lower extremities. And this was a serious suicide attempt in that when he was brought to the hospital, he was hypotensive, which means he had a very low blood pressure due to loss of blood. And according to the records I reviewed, required a transfusion.
What is a transfusion?
A blood transfusion.
What does that mean?
It means that, and reviewing his labs, something called his hemoglobin and hematocrit were low, which indicates that he had lost a lot of blood. And his, if I remember correctly, I think his systolic blood pressure, which is that top number in your blood pressure, which is typically about 120, I think his was like 50 or 60. So he had lost quite a bit of blood.
What does it mean to have a systolic of 50 or 60?
That the term is hypotensive. He was not, his blood pressure was very low, and that means that there wasn't a lot of blood for the heart to pump around the body. And he was, if I remember correctly in the records, it seemed like he was confused somewhat disoriented. So this was a legitimate and very serious attempt.
Dr. Ryan, in addition to the hanging attempt in 2018, the suicidal ideations in May of 2022, and the suicide attempt in the jail in May of 2023, were there other instances that you noted in the records of Tanner either causing self-harm or trying to commit suicide?
Well, there's the head banging and the self-harm that he experiences when he becomes very dysregulated and overwhelmed. But there was also an incident when he was hit with a plank by his grandfather. He didn't see that coming, in large part because of his difficulty with perspective taking and seeing, kind of how people are registering emotion. His father knocked him down with a plank or some big stick to the floor. And he indicated this to me, and his grandmother did also. And he went upstairs and cut himself very deeply in a suicide attempt. Then he came downstairs. He was bleeding profusely. His grandmother took him to the hospital, and he received 16 sutures. He did not reveal to the hospital personnel that he had cut himself. He said he had, I believe he told them that he had cut himself. He had fallen off a roof or something and fell onto a gutter and cut himself that way.
And Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Tanner meets the diagnostic criteria for autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
What about alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder associated with exposure?
That's a little redundant on my part, but yes, a neurodevelopmental disorder related to fetal alcohol.
Does he meet criteria for major depressive disorder?
Yes, he does, recurrent.
Post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yes.
Motor tic disorder?
Yes.
And you mentioned bipolar disorder rule out. What does that mean?
The records had numerous references to him having manic, or what we call hypomanic episodes. And I believe that he has been diagnosed in the records at some point with having bipolar disorder. However, the kind of evaluation that I'm able to do in a forensic evaluation is far more comprehensive than the kind of evaluations that I can do in 15 minutes in my practice clinically. I just don't have that kind of access in a psychiatric evaluation clinically. I was able to review all of these records, talk with numerous collateral sources, and also to talk with Mr. Horner himself, and I could not determine that he actually met criteria for that disorder. Because, all of these disorders have pretty strict criteria. You have to meet a certain number of criteria in order to get the diagnosis. He clearly meets the diagnosis for major depressive disorder, but you have to have, for hypomania, 4 days at least of clear hypomanic symptoms most of the day, on consecutive days. And for mania, it's 7 days. And I just couldn't get enough information to make that diagnosis.
So does that mean he didn't have bipolar?
No, it doesn't mean that. I just did not have enough information to make the diagnosis to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay, hold on one moment. Did you also have some diagnoses of substance use?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, how important are diagnoses for a forensic psychiatric evaluation in a capital murder case?
Well, just generally, the jury might consider these diagnoses, these disorders, to be mitigating. They certainly impact how Mr. Horner developed, moved through the world, how he came to be the person that he is.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these individual diagnoses. We have talked about autism throughout this trial. Based upon your review of the records and review of the reports from other experts in this case, was Tanner given a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder?
At some point later, yes. He was given the diagnosis of Asperger's disorder, and with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, moving from DSM-4 to DSM-5, there was a change in that diagnostic schema. So there is no more Asperger's disorder. Individuals like Mr. Horner, who they would now fall under the category of autism spectrum disorder.
Is there a difference between Asperger's and autism?
Well,
Asperger's is a more specialized term.
Autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, and something called unspecified pervasive developmental disorder were all under the diagnostic category of pervasive developmental disorder. And autistic disorder typically was describing individuals who were significantly impaired in terms of their intellectual ability. So they often, more than 70% would have fallen into the intellectually disabled category, what used to be called mental retardation, and they didn't have language.
She said it.
So that was the difference. Asperger's was the diagnosis for individuals who had normal or above average IQ and also had developed language. But they still had severe social communication deficits.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner and of the witnesses, what kind of deficits did he present throughout his life?
Well, he's had the major first criteria are persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And these have to be across multiple domains, not only in one domain. And he certainly, from the records, it was very clear that he had these difficulties. Deficits in what we call social emotional reciprocity. Being able to recognize social cues. I don't want to go into a lot of detail if that's already been gone into, but deficits in nonverbal communication. It was noted in the records that he made eye contact, didn't make good eye contact. What was interesting, and I suspect that this was related to some of the in-home therapy that he got, his eye contact was far too much throughout my evaluation. Staring, not doing, when typically when neurotypical people interact with someone, they don't maintain eye contact constantly. You drop your eyes, you look away a little bit. He very seldom did that.
And I'm going to stop you right there and say, what significance is that?
that he has deficits in nonverbal communication. So that's one of the things that if you're with him for a significant amount of time, you start to feel a little uncomfortable, right? Because there's that staring. There's also deficits in developing and maintaining relationships, and that was very clear in the records and from the history that I got from collateral sources.
Speaking of the collateral sources, were the collateral sources that you spoke with, were they able to give you any further insight into the deficits that Tanner exhibited?
Well, I spoke with his mother and his grandmother.
Dude, Judge,
so
stop
they,
that. It's a fucking
his
judge coughing into his mic all the time.
In retrospect, recognized deficits very early on. One of the things that she mentioned, which is very typical of autistic individuals, is instead of playing with a car the way that a little kid would play with a car, he was kind of focused on turning the wheels, which is kind of this focus on parts rather than the whole. They noted that he tended to play by himself. And when he was in preschool, other kids didn't really want to play with him. And also when they would approach him to play, he didn't interact with them in the way that other kids would be expected to interact. He had difficulty, now, you know, preschoolers are not known for sharing, but he was even more, you know, focused on just doing his own thing. And the relationship issues have progressed throughout his life.
Maybe he was just an asshole.
That was noted in the school records, it was noted by
his mom was
the
an
home
asshole.
Therapist. These deficits
He
that
learned to be an
really
asshole.
prohibit him from taking other people's perspectives, communicating adequately, and then in adulthood, you know, these kinds of deficits that you see with individuals on the spectrum, they become in many ways more pronounced in adolescence because you have to do things in adolescence in terms of relationships that are more complicated than during childhood. So things only got worse.
So Dr. Ryan, the information that you received from the collaterals, did they corroborate the testing of other experts? Did they corroborate what you saw in the medical records going back a decade?
Totally.
I want to talk about the diagnosis of major depressive disorder. How common is it to have a comorbidity of depression with autism?
Very common.
Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what major depressive disorder is.
So major depressive disorder is a mood disorder in which someone is pervasively depressed, down, sad mood, or losing interest or pleasure in usual activities for at least 2 weeks. And it's not a kind of on and off thing. It doesn't have to be every single minute, but it's pretty, you know, pretty much most of the day, nearly every day for at least 2 weeks. And then you need to have 5 out of 9 symptoms in order to meet the criteria. For example, sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, loss of energy, the loss of pleasure that I mentioned before, preoccupation with death or suicidal ideation, decreased concentration, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness. So there are 9 of them. I don't know if I mentioned them all in that, but you have to have at least 5.
And Dr. Ryan, how does depression...
Can I just add one thing?
Okay.
It has to really limit your functioning.
Well, how does depression affect a person's functioning?
Well, it's very individualized, of course, right? For some individuals, they, you know, decreased motivation is another one of the symptoms. So, you know, it can be an increase in sadness. It can be an increase in irritability. It might be a lack of motivation to work, for example. So you might see that someone with a excellent work ethic suddenly starts showing up late for work or isn't performing at work the way they used to.
What about cognitive abilities?
Definitely affects cognitive abilities in terms of memory, in terms of there are neural circuitry that's affected in depression, in terms of being able to utilize foresight. It does affect your cognition. It makes you slower potentially in terms of your thinking.
Dr. Ryan, another one of the diagnoses that you noted was attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. What, during your evaluation of Tanner, did he exhibit any signs or symptoms that would lead you to believe, or let me rephrase that. What signs or symptoms did he exhibit that led you to believe that ADHD was a valid diagnosis?
Well, you have to recognize that in a structured setting, I mean, we were in a interview room, just him and I, and even individuals with significant ADHD might be able to focus in interview. It's when they're in unstructured settings that you really see some of those deficits more profoundly. So with me, it was kind of difficult to separate out what was the autism versus what was distractibility secondary to ADHD. But he was distractible. He was also, kind of impulsive, but he had what I would call impulsive responding that was at times very inappropriate, that could also be related to his Asperger, his autism spectrum disorder. I think, if I may, I think what's important is recognizing that these comorbidities, rather than just being additive, are compounding. So when you're adding in primarily autism spectrum disorder, major depression, ADHD, and PTSD, you're creating problems that are more significant than each of those disorders creates individually.
Well, let's look at these three that we had just talked about. We talked about autism, depression, and ADHD. But before we do that, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I almost forgot about was there was testimony related to Tanner eating coins. Would that information be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis?
Well, yes. The records seem to indicate, and the history from sources that I spoke to, was that he had a particularly severe form of ADHD. We see that with individuals who have had exposure to alcohol prenatally. That is related to, that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is associated with pretty severe ADHD. That level of, kids pick up things and put them in their mouths, right? But it sounds like his eating coins was way out of proportion to what you would see, particularly if there was any level of supervision with just a kid who has ADHD. There's also, to be eating inanimate objects would be something called pica, which is another disorder.
Cats do it.
I don't have enough information to be able to diagnose that.
They're just bored.
But just eating random things that are objects.
Dr. Ryan, so when looking at the autism, looking at the depression, looking at the ADHD diagnoses, how would these three working together impact a person's ability to cope with anxiety or stress?
Well, just the autism spectrum disorder alone hampers one's ability to cope with anxiety and stress. So you add all of these other disorders, and you've got a compounding of his difficulties dealing with stress. And, you know, stress is kind of a very generic term, but there are very specific kinds of stressors that really are particularly problematic for him. So disruptions in routine, for example.
Right, and in about half a page, we're going to talk some more about the stressors in this case. But I want to go back to the diagnoses for a moment.
Okay.
These diagnoses that we talked about, they seem to have had an impact on impulse control. Now, with regards to the other diagnoses that he had, you had noted that there was a prenatal alcohol exposure. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Does a fetus have control over what the mother puts into her body?
No.
Are women supposed to consume alcohol while pregnant?
No.
Why not?
Well, alcohol is a neurotoxin, and there is a great deal of research on the toxicity to the fetal brain. It's not clear how much is too much. You know, some literature and research indicates that 2 drinks in one sitting can be, which I think may be a little excessive actually, but there's research that indicates that can be that can be toxic to the developing brain. It all really depends on where this kind of an insult hits. So, you know, in Mr. Tanner's case, his mother was very heavily consuming alcohol for the first 8.5 weeks.
I was going to ask, are there times in a pregnancy that a developing fetus is more vulnerable than other times?
Yes, the brain is developing during that first trimester.
And so what can happen if a mother drinks during the first trimester?
It can have a very negative effect on the fetus's developing brain.
What kind of effect can alcohol exposure have on a child's executive functioning?
It can very negatively affect executive functioning. And executive functioning is basically the frontal lobe of our brains. That area in the front behind the forehead is what is responsible for executive functioning, particularly what's called the prefrontal cortex. So that is important in terms of judgment, rational thinking, impulse control, those types of functions.
How can drinking during the first trimester affect adaptive deficit behavior?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
How about if I move on to the next question, because that one didn't make any sense. So, how can drinking during the first trimester affect a child's social and emotional functioning?
Well, particularly if it affects the frontal lobe, which is one of the areas that we would be looking at, it can affect their impulsivity. And as I said, children with fetal alcohol disorder, and there's 2 things. There's fetal alcohol disorder, right, which has characteristic facial features, which Mr. Horner does not have. And then there's what we call fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder have significant deficits with respect to impulse control, judgment, rational thinking, being able to kind of consider alternatives, and that's what in my opinion, we're seeing with Mr. Horner.
Are there any secondary diagnoses that are more prevalent for those with who've been exposed to alcohol in utero?
Well, ADHD is definitely one of them.
Is there a correlation between alcohol exposure and autism spectrum disorder?
There's no causation. That the research has not shown any, for example, that alcohol exposure causes autism spectrum disorder. However, many children with fetal alcohol exposure and fetal alcohol symptoms, they have autistic traits. So one of the questions is, you know, both of the diagnoses can exist independently, but children who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, children who have fetal alcohol syndrome can have autistic traits and have a higher percentage of autistic traits than the general population.
So is it correlative, not causative?
Definitely not causative. There's some correlation. Not between the disorder, but autistic traits.
Dr. Ryan, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was talking about, I believe that you said a positive effect of all of these diagnoses and how they kind of built upon each other.
Compounding effect.
Compounding, that was the word. Explain to the jury how all of these deficits and all of these diagnoses can compound each other, because if you have 3 different diagnoses that all label impulse control, shouldn't that just be one impulse control issue?
No, because as I said, it compounds and creates more problems than if it's just each one individually. For example, you know, Mr. Horner tends to not only be impulsive, but to what we call catastrophize, or think about worst case scenarios and jump to the worst case conclusions. Depression, major depression, causes something that we call cognitive distortion, right? Which can make these kinds of thought patterns worse. So that would be an example.
Dr. Ryan, we have a lot of diagnoses here. Did any of these diagnoses cause Tanner to commit the offense to which he pled guilty?
No.
Why isn't there a diagnosis for that?
Did any of these diagnoses lead you to believe that Tanner was insane at the time of the commission of the offense?
No.
You understand that he did plead guilty to this case. Is insanity part of a guilt innocence, or would it be part of the mitigation?
Well, it would be the guilt innocence, because you know, one would do an evaluation to determine whether someone met that threshold for insanity, which would be that you didn't know the nature, character, or consequence of your act, or didn't realize that it was wrong. If that were the case, then it would go to an insanity trial, not a mitigation, not a sentencing hearing.
So just to put it in layman's terms, when we're talking about insanity, one of the issues is knowing right from wrong.
That's correct.
And that's not why we're here today.
Right.
Okay. Did any of these diagnoses prevent Tanner from knowing right from wrong?
No.
So why is it important to look at all these diagnoses if they don't give rise to a defense or an excuse to the offense?
Well, I think that, you know, in my opinion, these diagnoses indicate that Mr. Horner is a severely compromised individual, and that is mitigating in understanding how he was functioning leading up to the offense, and what kinds of factors went into him thinking the way that he was thinking around the time of the offense. And, you know, there's lots of other aspects of it that a jury might find mitigating in terms of his childhood and development to get him to the place where he is now.
And so with these diagnoses, do you believe that they are important to help the jury understand his behavior during the interrogations?
Yes.
Or during the offense itself?
Yes.
What about during any phone calls after he was arrested?
Yes.
Would these diagnoses help the jury to understand why or how he wrote the letters that he did after or before his suicide attempt?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the evaluation of Mr. Horner. When conducting a forensic psychiatric evaluation, do you get personal information from the person that you're evaluating?
Yes.
Do you ask them the intimate details of their lives?
Yes.
Do you ask about traumatic events that may have occurred in the past?
Yes, I do.
Do you also talk about the facts of the case?
Yes.
Is it always easy for a person that you're interviewing to open up with you the moment you sit down?
It's not typical for them to open up the moment that I begin the evaluation, no.
Is it uncommon to not get the truth from the person the first time out?
It depends on the person, but it certainly can happen.
Is it, or do you find it uncommon that a person being evaluated might be less than honest about the traumas that they experienced?
Yes.
So, why wouldn't a person just come out and say, this was my trauma, this was the bad thing that I did? Why is that so difficult?
Well, I think I would look at it in terms of neurotypical people and individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So even for neurotypical individuals, it can be very difficult to talk about traumas that happen in their lives. For example, sexual trauma, because they perceive it to be shameful. For someone with autism spectrum disorder, you've got the additional layering of difficulty with communication, knowing their own, basically knowing how they feel and being able to express how they feel.
Is that why it's so important for a clinician and an evaluator to build rapport with the person they're interviewing?
Yes.
Is rapport instantaneous?
Typically not, no.
So does it sometimes take several visits to develop that rapport with someone?
It depends on the individual, but it can. And it's not, excuse me, it's not so much rapport as, you know, a sense of, I would say, safety in terms of that person is less likely to judge the trauma that you might be revealing.
Is that one of the reasons why you spend so much time with the one-on-one evaluations?
That's one reason. It's also to, you know, understand about consistencies and inconsistencies with collateral sources and within the evaluation.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the facts of this case. Now, during your evaluation with Mr. Horner, did Tanner talk to you about the facts in this case?
Yes.
Did this happen the first visit?
No.
Did it happen on the second visit?
I don't believe so. I didn't ask him anything about the offense on the first visit. I typically don't.
Well, why don't you ask anything about the offense on the first visit, typically?
Because that is often a very difficult thing for individuals to talk about. and I don't want to disengage or shut down the interview by asking about the facts in the first interview.
What do you mean by shutting down?
Not talking any further, or feeling so uncomfortable or so anxious that they don't provide the kind of information that I need to put the whole picture together. So there's a lot more information that I needed than just information about the offense itself. In order to understand more about what happened with Athena, I needed to know about him. I needed to know what led up to this. I needed to know things about his background, all of that stuff. And I'm typically not willing to compromise that by jumping into the offense right off.
Do you find it more productive to wait?
Yes.
And talk about the offense later?
Yes, that probably would have been a briefer way to say that, yes.
I want to talk to you about what Tanner told you about the offense, okay? Did he tell you why he picked up Athena and placed her in that truck?
Yes.
And why did he do that?
She saw him snorting cocaine.
The cocaine story
again. You mentioned
again.
the word earlier that, and I cut you off on that one, but I'm going to bring it up now. You mentioned the word catastrophize. What does that mean?
That means immediately and with a lot of emotional valence or a lot of emotion, imagining, believing that the worst possible thing is going to happen, regardless of how minor the event might be.
You had the opportunity to see some of the video of the incident, and you reviewed some of the records related to the transcripts. Based upon your conversation with Tanner and the evidence in this case that you reviewed, is it your opinion that this was one of those moments that Tanner catastrophized?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Well, there's more to the catastrophizing in a lot of respects is due to his autism, right? But layer on that, his ADHD and his depression. He immediately jumped to the conclusion that that Athena saw him snorting cocaine, and so she was going to tell, and he was going to lose his job, which meant that he was not going to be able to support his son. He was going to lose his son, and that couldn't happen. And he's been sort of laser focused on his son for a long time. And his son was living with his fiance's mother, and he had limited contact with his son, and was distraught over that. And when he thought he was going to lose his job, that was going to be the end.
Was that a reasonable jump from point A to point Z?
Completely unreasonable.
And is that jump from point A to point Z related to any of the other diagnoses other than the autism? Or is it just kind of a combination of everything that's been going on?
I think it's the compounding. I think that the autism was definitely a major component of that. But I think that the impulsivity that goes along with ADHD, the major depression, I think that he's also very emotionally reactive related to his own past trauma. But I think that in that moment, that catastrophizing around, she saw me using the cocaine, she's going to tell on me, I'm going to lose my job, that's the end for me, I'm going to lose my son, was what went into this.
She doesn't know it really
So
happened.
after Tanner has Athena in his truck, Did he tell you what happened next?
Well, getting up to that point, there was, from what he told me, he didn't know what he was going to do initially. He was having trouble kind of thinking at that point once he was convinced that he was going to lose his job because of Athena seeing him do this. He kind of didn't know what to do. And so he said that he, said there's something in the truck and he was going to look for something. Do you want me to?
Well, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment. I want to fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
To Athena is already in the truck. Did he talk to you about assaulting Athena?
Eventually.
Did he deny it at first?
Yes.
So, did you believe him when he first denied it?
No.
Why not?
Because I had read the transcript and I knew, in my opinion, what had gone on in the truck. He had covered the camera so one couldn't see it, but from what the transcript was, I later heard the audio. But yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
But even before that, reading the transcript was enough.
So, at any time did you challenge Tanner on the lies that he told you?
Yes.
Was he eventually able to tell you what had happened?
Yes, to the best of his ability, I think.
Did he have any difficulty talking with you about it at first?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when talking about this?
It was the only other time that he had a similar demeanor was talking about his own rape when he was 10. He was halting. He had what I would call an autonomic reaction, which is very difficult to fake, the autonomic nervous system. He was flushed. His breathing was different than it had been before. His eyes were downcast in much the same way as he had talked about this other episode.
What did that mean to you as a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, independently as a forensic psychiatrist, not much, but in context with everything else that I knew and had spent time with him talking about, my opinion was that he was deeply ashamed, and that was a major factor in his lying and hesitancy to talk about what had happened. And I felt in talking with him at that moment, in my opinion, he appeared to be quite remorseful about what he had done.
Dr. Ryan, after this attempted assault, did he tell you about what he did to try to kill Athena?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
In detail?
If you can just give us a brief overview.
Okay, he said that I should backtrack a little bit. He was pretty clear that he did not decide to kill Athena until she was in the truck. And then he began to think, now I'm in even worse trouble than he was before. I think he described it as it snowballed into an avalanche. And he then said that he knew he had to kill her. And he tried to make it, as he put it, as painless and quick as possible. So he tried to, as he put it, I think his words were snap her neck. But it's not like in the movies, and it wasn't working. And so he attempted to strangle her. and he had a number of attempts to strangle her, which were unsuccessful.
Now, what did you make of the several attempts that it took? And of what significance did you place on that?
In my opinion, it was a combination of ambivalence and incompetence.
In this particular scenario, would that be consistent with sadism?
That was not my opinion. That he was deriving any pleasure out of her suffering. Actually, it made him more and more dysregulated.
What do you mean by dysregulated?
More distressed, more unable to think clearly, just having more difficulty thinking rationally than usual when he already has trouble with that.
Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned covering the camera lens. I have a question for you. If a person was trying to cover up an offense or prevent other people from seeing them committing an offense, would it make more sense to cover up the lens before you commit the offense or after you commit it?
Did y'all check this as speculation on her part?
Sustained.
In your professional opinion, is what I'm asking, is would it make more sense to cover up a lens before committing an offense if you wanted people to not see it?
Still object speculation.
Understood all other incident based on her evaluations.
It would make more sense to cover it up before you did anything than after or in the midst of.
What does that tell you about Tanner's thought processes throughout that incident?
Oh, they're not linear, and he's not really thinking in a strategic manner in terms of the way that, in a strategic criminal manner.
And Dr. Ryan, you had started to tell us about some of the stressors that Tanner had been experiencing leading up to this event. And I wanted to go back to some of that, okay? Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was under any significant amount of stress leading up to this event?
Yes, he was under a significant amount of stress.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
He was a little stressed out, man.
Most about why that. Okay, Bree, so we've been listening to this psychiatrist, and you were telling me you actually think out of everything you've heard, this is the most effective testimony you've heard from a witness for the defense. And talk to me about why that is.
So I think that she has added the most value, been the most clear, had the most authority, and sort of.
Bree, so we've been listening to this
and come from a place.
You were telling me
there we go, and has come from a place of like, okay, I can believe her, I can trust her. She's the one that sort of walked us through all of the diagnoses. She is the one, you know what I mean? So she's sort of made everything like less like, oh, you know, your family sucks and you had a terrible home life and whatever, and more like, you know, sort of not at the end of her testimony, but during her testimony, for example, you know, I think Susan Anderson, the lead defense attorney on this case, said to her, you know, what are your thoughts based on like your training and experience and your clinical background and your medical background? And she said that she thought that Tanner Horner was a severely compromised individual and that was mitigating. And it wasn't coming from a place of sympathy. It wasn't coming from a place of, you know, oh, let's feel bad that he had a crappy childhood. It was coming from the place of, this is a person that has all these diagnoses. This is a person that couldn't function in the same way that the rest of us do. This is a person that tried to kill themselves several times, like all of the things. And because of that, he's severely compromised, and that should be considered mitigation. And I thought that was the most effective piece of information that we have gotten from the defense in the last 5 days.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's taken us a while to get there, but
yes.
Finally we've got a witness who at least feel like we're getting somewhere. Let's bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's at the courthouse in. Rebecca, we've gone on break. Do you know what's going on right now?
Yeah, no, there's just on break, and then they're going to finish up her testimony. The judge does want to try to let this jury and everyone leave this courthouse early because of the bad weather that is about to hit DFW, and so he is very aware of that. So he's going to probably try to end here in the next hour or so before those storms hit Tanya. But this witness, I heard also testify during the hearings, and initially during the hearings before when the jury wasn't here, it does sound a little bit more sympathetic towards what Tanner Horner's life was like, and the defense definitely cleaned up a little bit of that, because initially during the first hearings they did not ask her, well, it was the prosecution that finally asked her, well, okay, you've got all these diagnoses, but does that excuse what he did? And it was the prosecution's questioning during the first hearings a few days ago that she said, well, no, it doesn't excuse what he did. We're not here to make excuses for what he did. We're just here to testify. I'm just here to testify about how we got here. But now it was interesting because the defense asked those questions that I expected the prosecution to ask on cross-examination. But I think at the end, the prosecution is going to say, but Tanner Horner said that he killed Athena because now he claims she was snorting cocaine. He told somebody else that it was because he ran over her. He's got all these different excuses, and the prosecution's definitely, I think, on cross-examination going to press her on that. Because some of what she determined in some of her thought about how he goes to the worst case scenario, he's lying to her. And she does later on admit she will, if the prosecution continues this line of questioning, they ask her, but he lies. And she's like, yes, and he's lying about, she's the one that testified during the hearings that he was lying about having multiple personalities, that about zero, that he just made that up as a coping mechanism. So they're going to push, well, he's a liar, I think.
Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they are going to push that he's a liar, but I don't think that that's going to undo the fact that she has determined, based on her, 100+ hours of work on this case at $700 an hour, that he's a severely compromised person. Now, I do recall when she was testifying that she said that his mental health does explain his behavior, like it gives the background. How did we get here? Like Rebecca just said,
I'm not even
it explains,
lately, dude.
Sort of the offense. It explains the police videos. It explains the phone calls. It explains his suicide attempts once he got into custody. Like, it explains everything. It's not an excuse. And I think that what is so important that we distinguish here is, because we're in punishment, regardless of how the jury votes, Tanner Horner is never going to be in our society, in our community ever again. So life without the possibility of parole, if that's the choice that the jury makes, is still keeping everyone else safe from him versus a death sentence. And so I think that she's done a good job so far of just saying, this is what mitigation means. It really means that somebody is not functioning like the rest of us. They're making terrible decisions that are violent and dangerous, and they need to be in prison forever. But does that mean that we impose the death penalty for somebody that doesn't function like the rest of us? And I think so far, I'm not saying it's like, perfect, or there aren't, lots and lots of people that would totally disagree with her, but so far, I think she has done the cleanest job of just owning that at the end of the day, these things for some people can and should be mitigating to the extent that Tanner Horner should be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Okay. Do you have any sense, Rebecca, about how much longer she's going to be on the stand? Part of the reason I'm asking is because Bree and I are probably, because of the weather, we're being advised that we probably should be out of the building by 3 o'clock from here, because they're expecting.
Is that 13
yeah, I
minutes
feel like
for
the
them?
judge, I know that the judge is aware of this and is trying to get them out of here before those storms hit. So I don't think that she'll be on the stand a whole lot longer. Possibly maybe an hour or so at the most. But yeah, so we'll see.
So that
But,
must
Tanya,
be
I had the exact
Mountain
same
Time.
when I heard her testify the first time during the hearings before the jury was in the
They're north of El
courtroom.
Paso.
I thought the same thing. I thought that she was the witness that painted a clear picture about why there might be mitigating circumstances. But I also thought that on cross-examination, the prosecution did a decent job in also raising questions about her testimony. So we'll see. And again, the jury is human, and they still cannot undo what they heard. I mean, yes, I know they all took an oath and they all said, I can listen to and follow the law and listen to the testimony and answer these questions. But when you see Athena Strand's family sitting there all dressed in pink, and you've heard the mom testify what happened in, how it's just hurt this family, hurt this community, how painful it was, what happened to their daughter. And then you hear that hour-long tape of him killing, because he tells the psychologist, oh, well, I just wanted to do it quick and painless, but it wasn't quick and painless. It was an hour of him strangling this child over and over, and then telling her to shut up in the middle of it over and over. Shut up or I'm going to hurt you more. Several times he screams at the top of his lungs while she is crying in pain to shut up. And I'm telling you, it's going to be difficult for this jury to get over listening to that tape.
Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, it is at the center of this, really, in terms of the decision that a juror is going to make. I think it really is going to be based on what they observed and heard on that tape. And is there anything that they're hearing in the defense case that is going to say, maybe this is something that we, something that we can consider. And I agree with Rebecca that, I mean, unless you're going to come out and somebody is going to say that he really did have multiple personality disorder, or somebody is going to say that he really does have mental illness to the extent that he literally, I mean, without that, I totally agree with Rebecca that I don't, there are things that are mitigating, but it doesn't mean that mitigation is going to get us above a death sentence.
Right. Exactly.
And so you can feel, and the interesting part about this type of case is you can feel that Tanner Horner had all of these mental health diagnoses. You can feel that Tanner Horner had a terrible childhood and a drug addicted mother and a grandfather that beat him and whatever else you believe. And you can believe that those things are potentially mitigating, but that they're not mitigating enough to overcome a death sentence. And I think that jury is going to say to themselves, yeah, but still, we listened to an hour of him killing this 7-year-old girl.
And one of the other things that she testifies is that he's very remorseful. She believes that he is remorseful about what he did. But this jury saw him smoking a cigarette after he kills Athena, making phone calls, and then the next day going back to the crime scene and saying, oh, just talking like, oh, nothing's happened here. And what, a little girl, when somebody tells him little girl's been kidnapped, he's like, seriously? And then the telephone calls that he makes between mom and grandma and him that are made from the jail, and you listen to him, kind of joking around with them, but then also, again, it's about him and, oh, what's happening to me and, what's happening, I can't see my son. Never once thinking about Athena families, the pain and what he did to Athena, and you don't hear that in the jail calls later on. So while he might have, where she thought that he was remorseful, maybe when she's interviewing him, when those phone calls are being made to mom and grandma, he certainly does not sound remorseful.
Right.
How are people so stupid to do the jail phone call thing?
But even, she's regurgitating the story that he told about the cocaine. And Terry was saying yesterday, and of course you guys saw that video and heard that video, said that he's not snorting a line of cocaine. He's dropping off a package.
Well, and then remember, Tanya, you pointed out the fact that would the 7-year-old know what cocaine was? Would she have even, said to herself, ooh, he might get in trouble because she's 7. So I don't even think it's a rational thought to say, oh, as that being one of his stories.
And she doesn't say to him, I saw you snort cocaine. She says to him, are you a kidnapper?
Correct.
You
Yeah,
know?
they're talking about, he's talking about her teacher and going to school.
Fucking cats keep chewing on the power cable.
Oh, is that your lunch? And why
I'm
do you do lunch? Stuff like that. So it's never anything about drugs in that tape. And so again, it just and this is why the prosecution's going to continue to push. Well, he's just a liar that could care less about what he did. And if they do in fact have a witness, which is what this whole secret hearing was about, or not really secret, but this hearing that the judge had outside the presence of the jury and cleared the courtroom to seal whatever this hearing was about. If they do have a witness that's going to come out here and say that maybe Tanner Horner did something to them or there's something else, that's just completely going to undo, I think, what this defense witness is saying.
Yeah. It really is. If that's true, and if somebody comes forward like you've described, Rebecca, I don't know that there's a set of circumstances or a scenario where you come back from that as a defense. You know what I mean? So this isn't the first time that he's done something like this. It's just the first time that he actually took it to the next step and killed the person. Right. I don't know how you overcome that.
Well, if they come back with something that's even remotely in the arena of this,
I would have to then completely be on board with our internet jury, you know what I mean, or whatever, and say that I just don't think that there's a way to overcome the ultimate punishment. If that were the case, now obviously we don't know,
right?
But yeah, that would be tough.
And remember, he has covered the camera 2 other times before he kidnaps Athena. So when she says, "Oh, he wasn't planning on killing her," it was a reaction. But the prosecution is pointing out that this was premeditated. He was out stalking children. So that is also, I think, going to be a key part of their closing.
And to put on my devil's advocate hat, I don't disagree that he has, the fact that he did it 2 other times, is significant, right? But I don't know that it automatically means that if he had gotten another child in that truck that he was going to kill that child. In other words, I think it can be believable that he decided to kill her once she was inside, not stalking her or watching her with the intention of getting her and killing her. You know what I mean? So I think that those can be separate things.
Okay, guys, let's bring the courtroom shot up. We're going to let you go, Rebecca, because this is, they're back in the courtroom.
Were you able to determine whether he was under a significant amount of stress just in the months prior to this?
Yes.
Is stress and anxiety different for a neurodivergent person versus a neurotypical person?
Yes.
How so?
Well, there are ways, of course, in which it's similar in terms of anxiety, worry, except one of the difficulties in about 50% of individuals with autism spectrum disorder is that they have significant deficits in understanding their own emotions and being able to express their own emotions. So there is the perception that they are significantly distressed, but they can't name what the emotion is. And that ends up being problematic because if you can't name your own emotions, it's very difficult for you to be able to understand what other people are feeling. And so it's also very difficult for you to
regulate your emotions. So for example, if you're feeling depressed, if you're feeling sad, I'm not talking about clinical depression, but if someone's feeling sad about something, you might take steps to remediate that. Or if you're feeling anxious about a situation, you might either, for example, if you're feeling anxious about preparing for a test, you may study harder. You might, do some meditation or exercise, and you've learned kind of what it is that you're experiencing and what you need to do to kind of improve your state. Mr. Warner doesn't have that capacity.
I want to talk about some of the stressors that were going on in Tanner's life at that time. Are these incidents documented in the report that has been offered as evidence in this case?
Yes, they are.
I want to talk about just a few of them that are noted in your report. In your report, you had noted that Tanner was having problems with his fiancée. Before becoming pregnant with Tanner's child, was the fiancée working and contributing to the household?
Yes, she was also working double shifts at times throughout the pregnancy, throughout most of the pregnancy.
Were they able to make ends meet at that time?
Yes, they had some financial pressures. They had a number of moves, but yes, they were able to kind of keep their heads above water.
So after Tanner's child and Tanner's son was born, was his fiancée still able to work?
No, she, and this is from the information that he provided, grandmother provided, and his fiancée herself provided. She had a severe postpartum depression. And this lasted about a year, in which she was not working, and not only was not working, but was not really able to care for the baby adequately, and was spending most of the time in bed.
So even though she wasn't working, were they still trying to maintain the social lifestyle that they had while she was working?
Yes.
Did this cause problems financially?
Yes. There was a lot of, for example, almost all the meals for DoorDash or Grubhub kind of meals, a lot of money being spent in that way.
You had said that the severe postpartum depression had led to her staying in bed. Who picked up the slack while the fiancé was not able to take care of the child?
Well, Tanner Warner himself was picking up some of that slack, but especially toward leading up to the offense, he was working about 6 days a week. And so very long shifts. There's the issue of after he took about a week off in May after he was very depressed and suicidal, and they switched his route so that it was no longer the route that he had had in Azle, which he was very familiar with. And so that was a significant stressor.
And I want to get back to the problems at home, okay? Where were Tanner and his fiancée living at the time of the event?
They were living in the shed behind his grandmother's house.
Where was their child living?
Well, especially when there was, for a time the baby was dead, but then when it got to the point where he might be starting to walk, or crawl, actually even crawl, they felt that it was a very unsanitary environment. Cassie was too impaired to be taking care of the house. I mean, the shed was bad enough even before. And the house, because there were limitations on his grandmother, I was told it was dog feces on the floor. It was extraordinarily unsanitary. And so the decision was made that the baby would stay with Cassie's.
And we're not going to talk about the names.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It's and you've spent a lot of time with these people, so I understand the slip, so that's okay. So At any point, did Tanner and his fiance live with his fiance's mother?
Yes, and grandmother and other people in the home.
So it sounds like they had a full house over there as well?
Yes.
After they had moved out of the mother's home and back into the shed behind his grandmother's house, did he have the opportunity to spend any time with his son?
Some, but not very much.
And how, what kind of impact did this have on his mental health?
It certainly contributed to him becoming more depressed, feeling more desperate. There were a lot of other things that happened around that time. As I mentioned, his route was changed. His contract was sold off to another company. The car broke down, which created problems.
So after he moved out of the fiance's mother's home and back home, who all was living in that home? Or I should say the shed behind his grandmother's home. Who all was living in that home?
Mr. Horner and his fiancée.
And in the main house?
His grandmother, his mother, and his brother.
Did they have any pets?
Many pets.
Based on your interviews with family members and with Tanner, what was the environment there? Was it calm and serene, or was it chaos?
It was
somewhere between.
It was very chaotic.
How can that kind of chaos affect a person who is on the spectrum?
Well, it can affect that individual in a number of ways. So first of all, there's the sensory issues that someone on the spectrum has. There was arguing, there was loudness. Then there is the need for kind of sameness and routine that someone on the spectrum has, and that was definitely disruptive.
Dr. Ryan, you noted in your report that Tanner had also been having difficulties and issues with his own mental health. What kind of mental health issues was he having in the months leading up to this event?
Feeling increasingly anxious, hopeless about the situation, and some of that hopelessness was, in my opinion, clearly a product of his severe depression. Because shortly before the offense, Cassie had actually gotten a job. I mean, they still had, significant stressors. The car had broken down, and they didn't have their child, and they didn't have enough money in order to move out, and that was the whole thing, to move out, get their own place so that they could get their child back. So he was feeling increasingly hopeless, desperate, and anxious. In addition to the depression, and then his baseline deficits in terms of how he deals with stress and problems.
Was it during this time that Tanner had the suicidal ideation of walking into traffic?
That was, I believe, around May, when he went to get mental health treatment. He told and I believe he told me, but in the record it was that he told the person who about.
She's not very interesting. I've been convinced all the time that dude's got mental problems. Alright, man, so I'm gonna end this one and we're gonna go over to the next one. Alright, baby. Yeah, Rick, and I see you over there, okay? We got the kitties. Kitties are gonna be there. Live. We're gonna have live cats. It's gonna be awesome.